And we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. So if you will stand and join me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we'll have roll call. Vice President Nzewi.
Here.
Trustee Fowler.
Here.
Trustee Mayo.
Here.
Trustee McFerrin.
Here.
Trustee Cowan.
Here.
Trustee Mason is here. As we call together this meeting of the Mount Diablo Unified School District Governing Board for February 9th, 2022, we will acknowledge that we are on the ancestral land of the Bay Miwoks and the Yokots as well. We are coming back from our closed session. Oh, before we get to that, review and potential approval of the agenda. I believe we have some changes.
Yes, we do, Madam President. I'm proposing that we move items 18.1, 18.2, and 18.3, and I would like to put those right ahead of 12.1. And I have others too. Just let me know when you're ready.
I'll go ahead.
And then I would like to move 13.1
Yep.
To
To
20.
19.
yeah, 20 or 19, either one.
Okay.
And that's all the changes at this time.
Are there any other changes that board members want to make? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move we accept the changes to the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Fowler.
Yes.
What was that?
It went.
Oh, she's on now. Okay, technical difficulties. No, there we go. Did we get it in? Okay, that passes 5+1. Very good. Okay. Report out from closed session. 7.1 negotiations. The board may discuss negotiations and provide direction to its representatives regarding representative employees pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The board received information and gave direction. 7.2 possible discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment of public employee, Government Code Section 54957B1. There was nothing to discuss under that tonight. That takes us to our public comment. Let me just remind folks. The public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of the Mount Diablo Unified School District that's not on this agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. How many cards do you have?
There's a number that
Okay, so if I call you up for the public comment and you really want to talk about the items that are on the list to be cut, then you're going to want to wait till we get to that, which is 18.5. So having said that, we will start with Jean Sabalevsky. I'm probably murdered that, but.
Good evening, board and executive members. My name is Jean Sabalevsky, and I've been an employee of the district for almost 19 years, and I'm the office manager at Almonte for the past 10 years. The last 2 years have been the craziest we've ever lived through. I was asked to return to work when the pandemic was still raging in the spring of 2020 because I was considered essential and could not work from home. While many employees were given that option, we at the school offices did not have the luxury of a choice. I was back at my desk every day starting in August of 2020. If parents didn't show up at a special time to collect student materials from a teacher, guess who handled the never-ending parade of parents? The front office staff. While it was lovely to welcome students back in March of 2021, we in the front office were tasked with making sure parents completed the daily health forms and staying in a special quarantine area when a child came up sick. Fast forward to August 2021, and now we're having to interpret ever-changing guidelines from the district and county. Why wasn't a nursing team assigned to this task? Because I can't tell you the number of times I was cussed out by angry parents in the last 7 months just for upholding the rules. My site has had 74 students complete independent study contracts this year and another 46 working on them right now. Who initiates those contracts and makes sure Aries is updated with proper codes? The site office staff. Know what's increased over the last couple of years? My workload, my stress level, and my health insurance premiums. You know what hasn't gone up in the slightest? My paycheck. I love what I do. I love the people I work with, and I love those students more than I can even tell you. I also need to make a living where I should not have to beg to be compensated adequately. You have a lot of really dedicated employees in this district, and you have a lot of extremely fed up employees. You need to negotiate in good faith, or you may find a lot of talented employees just can't afford to work here any longer.
Thank you. Julia Jameson. Julia Jameson, who will be followed by Angelique Mullen.
Good evening, President Mason, Vice President Nzewi, trustees, and Dr. Clark. Medea needs a fair and just contract now. A fair and just contract is not a 7% salary increase over the next 3 years after a previous 3 years with no salary increase. A fair and just contract is not attempting to extort teachers to give up prep time in return for a salary increase when the district is receiving higher than anticipated COLA. A fair and just contract does not attempt to pit teachers against each other by claiming that taking things away from people is fair to others. And a fair and just contract does not pit the community against their children's teachers in an attempt to score political points or make decisions that are expedient and easy. We're not getting there, which means we're getting closer to a strike.
Thank you. Next, we have Angelique Mullen, who will be followed by Chloe Park.
Hi, my name's Angelique. I'm a teacher librarian at 3 elementary schools in our district. I serve over 600 kids a week, and I love seeing them in the library. They love coming to the library. I love reading them stories and teaching them library skills and lessons. I firmly believe in the power of libraries and in the power of reading books that you choose for pleasure reading. The pandemic has been hard on all of us, and I believe we're still experiencing a collective trauma. Many needs are not being met in my job. I have noticed 2 alarming trends that I want to talk about that need to be addressed. The first is that teachers are absolutely exhausted physically and emotionally. It's disheartening to work yourself ragged only to find that the district you're working for doesn't seem to value your labor and doesn't treat you like a true professional. 2 years ago, the meager 5% raise that was later stolen from us was barely acceptable, but to be offered a 2% raise at the beginning of the year was an absolute unequivocal slap in the face. Even now, after the current offer of 7% is especially offensive considering how hard teachers have worked since the beginning of the pandemic and how much the district has been given in COLA funds. I work with dozens of classroom teachers. Many have openly talked about quitting. Some are so fed up that they have even made plans to retire. And I know 3 that have already left, that are gone. 3 teachers I know. So this isn't just talk, this is happening. We're in danger of losing skilled and experienced teachers right now. The other trend I see is that many of the students that come to me don't seem to care about borrowing books anymore. They don't want to read for pleasure. Especially I see this in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And it's even it's worse at my Title I schools. So I feel like, you know, part of it could be that their reading level's gone down. Part of it could be that they, you know, I don't know, they haven't had access to libraries, and the materials in our libraries are out of date and need to be updated. So they love coming to me and they love sitting with me and doing lessons with me, but they have no interest in borrowing books. And I'm not saying all the students, but there is a huge percentage of this. And a lot of my secondary colleagues are seeing that at the secondary level too, and they don't have access to libraries right now at all. So students need stability now. And as the district threatens layoffs and then scrambles at the last minute to fill these positions like you do every year, it's unprofessional. You're not showing true leadership. For all this school year, we've had open library positions at the secondary level, yet now what little we have there is being threatened once again. And this is at a time when our students need us the most. Okay, we're ready to strike.
Thank you. Chloe Park, followed by David Hevel.
Okay, board members, I'm tired of the facts and figures being endlessly repeated to the board. And then you refuse to intervene in the district-wide abuse that we employees have been facing. To quote Albert Einstein, the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything. Now I address Dr. Clark directly. What is your problem? You don't know me.
Excuse me,
You don't-
wait a minute. There are rules on how meetings are conducted.
I would like
Personal
to ask a
attacks
question.
are not accepted.
All right,
We
I
can be
retract
civil,
that.
we can disagree, we can have our opinions, but we're going to be very polite about it, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
You don't know me. You don't know what I bring to my school site. You don't know what I deal with day in and day out. How can you tell me what I'm worth? How can you tell me that I'm undeserving? And how can you threaten us with these egregious cuts so you can paint us as the villains? It is clear you guys have been planning on demolishing this district and putting the blame on the unions. I just need to know why you have such disdain for all of our unionized employees, such a blatant disregard for what we do. How can you be proud to be the leader of the most underpaid, defeated, demoralized district in the Bay Area? One of my coworkers died on your watch, and you didn't have the decency to say anything. Not even a mention in your Friday letter. She worked in this district for 20 years. And this is how you honor those decades of service, by saying absolutely nothing. You can't even bother to fake sympathy. The constant display of heartlessness is really disgusting. Thank you.
David Hevel, followed by Joseph Carini, I believe. Go ahead, David.
Hi, thanks for being here today. I've been in this district for 19 years. 3 times I have turned down job offers to go to other school systems or work in the private sector because I had rising sophomores or juniors or seniors who needed to go to college. So in 2010, I started keeping track of the amount of scholarship money that my students had been awarded to attend college. Since that's 7 years since I started. That's $1.3 million that I brought to this community. My students attend Columbia, Stanford, Brown, UCLA, UC Berkeley, private art schools like CCA, the college, RISD, California College of Art and Design, all up and down the West Coast, UCs and CSUs. Parents in this community need highly qualified teachers like me to get them to college. I'm a nationally board certified teacher. I have a master's of fine arts, a master's of education, and a BFA. I can fly across this world and show in Paris, get back on a plane and teach high school students on Monday morning. I've done it. The problem is this: my rent at 50 is $580 more a month since the last time you've given me a raise. I can no longer work for you. I have 2 kids in college. I can't pay for it. What am I supposed to do? You will be the first superintendent to lead Medea to a strike in more than 30 years. I'm sick, I'm tired, I love my students, but I can take this show somewhere else.
Thank you. Joseph Carini. Followed by Shelley Carterman. We'll get it when she comes. Okay, go ahead, Joseph.
Hi, I'm a first-year music teacher at Mount Diablo Elementary. I have been very blessed to be at such a great school. I love the students, I love the staff there. And I can see my students are finally, after this pandemic, starting to get back into music. You haven't had as much of an opportunity online. But I can't justify working in this district pretty much only for financial reasons. When I get my paycheck every month, I have to pay my rent, then the car payment, phone bill, student loans, as savings that maybe I might afford a house one day in the Bay Area. And after that, I'm left with $350. That's for food, for gas. If I want some sort of an entertainment, that's where it comes out from. And additionally, I don't even receive healthcare from this district. I'm young enough that I can be on my parents' healthcare, and I'm still only having $350. Even if I were to move up on the pay scale next year, I'm still making far less than any other district in the area and most districts in the Bay Area. I cannot sustain myself with this job. So I've already started looking at other districts for spots. And I know a ton of other first-year teachers who are or have already started applying. A 12.5% raise is something that would help me to make the decision to stay here, because that would help me be actually able to live in this area and to live on more than just a little bit of food. What's next? And additionally, if this problem isn't solved, what you're gonna see is that no one will want to stay in this district. It's gonna become a stepping stone for teachers to be here for 1 or 2 years and move on to somewhere better. Because after we strike this year, we'll probably leave to another place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Shelley Reiterman, followed by David Abrametto.
Okay, hi, I'm speaking about the elementary instrumental proposed cuts.
That's later in the agenda, actually.
Okay, can I just make a public comment on that
Go
right
ahead.
now? Sure, okay. Instrumental music is where we learn how invaluable we are in a group that bridges economic, culture, and social status. And that is a huge gain for society. We are teaching this language, which I believe coincides with your equity diversity statement. I'm asking you to honor this. Instrumental music is one of the most cost-effective programs that is able to successfully engage a large participation within a single class. Middle and high school programs will be affected. More teachers will be needed to be hired. Band successfully combines a large number of students. We provide a space and a part for a huge diverse population of students. It is a highly cost-effective. Do not cut elementary instrumental music.
Thank you. David Abrametto, followed by Holly Pitts. It's on. I will talk louder. Not usually something that's requested, but I'll be happy to do it.
It's hard to be heard with these masks on, right?
Hard to read lips.
Yeah, that's for sure. You guys have a really hard job, and I wish you all the best and making the best decisions. It's really hard. And hearing all these comments about pay, I mean, I feel bad. I'm really supportive, and I wish it was a way like we could just pay more. I'd happily pay more taxes to get these guys paid higher. I mean, like, we love our teachers, and that's what makes the district great. I'm not here to talk about that though. I'm here to talk about masks. Sorry. So it's 2022, coming up on 2 years now of either remote learning or wearing a mask all day. My kids are little. They've never really had a normal year of school. They wear masks like 10 hours a day, school plus on-campus daycare with 2 working parents. And I would just want to know, what is the board's plan to allow parents and children the right to choose to wear a mask or not? Under what conditions will you end the mask requirement? It seems like there will be no end ever. COVID will be around forever, just like the cold and the flu. Do you plan for kids to wear masks forever? If not, what new information are you waiting for? Vaccines are widely available. Our county is highly vaccinated. Schools all over this country and in Europe have been without mask mandates for a long time without regret. Everyone knows that cloth masks do almost nothing to prevent transmission, the kind I'm wearing, the kind a lot of people are wearing. My kids aren't wearing protection, they're wearing a face costume. The masks serve purely to humor the paranoid. Are you afraid of teachers quitting? Is that a good way to run a district? Who is in charge? Do you want enrollment to keep falling? Do you want donations to school fundraisers to keep falling? Then keep forcing kids to wear masks. Kids were never the problem, yet we've forced them to bear the brunt of the costs of the pandemic. Kids can't articulate how much we've been hurting them. Kids don't vote. The parents vote, and there will be a reckoning at the ballot box for the people that have done so much harm to our children. Other states this week, blue states like Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, are announcing ends to mask mandates in schools. Be a leader. Announce a plan to end the mask mandates. Give parents the freedom to put their kids in masks or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly Pitts, followed by Josie Bromley.
I try to stand up straight tonight. It's me again. Holly Pitts, teacher at Olympic High School, Home and Hospital. I'm standing here before you again because our students deserve the best. And we as teachers are willing to fight for what is right for our students. We are. I'd like to respond to the proposed layoffs emailed to us from Dr. Clark. It seems the board has directed him to tell us that if we demand 7%, that he will have to lay off 100 people, the majority of those being educators. Thank you for making your position clear. Let me make ours clear. Every teacher in this district can get a job at any of the surrounding districts, making $10,000 more. Some of us $5,000 signing bonuses. We have choices. You won't need to lay off 100 employees. We'll voluntarily leave, and you'll have 300 plus vacancies next year. We are holding strong with our demand of a 12.5% salary increase. Our salary increases are both reasonable and feasible. Our requirements will ensure that our students have the best educators and staff during their careers here at Mount Diablo Unified. We have stood before you for the last 5 months, pleading our cases. You've heard the sob stories. We've provided you with data. We've tried everything. We're done. Meet our demands. If you choose not to accept our demands, we will strike. We are organized and in unison. We will strike because we know our worth. We know what our students deserve, and that is the best. They will watch us as we stand and fight for what is right. And again, I will repeat, though I hear that's not what the board likes, we will strike.
Thank you. Josie Bromley, followed by Julie Larson.
Hello, I'm Josie Bromley, and I am just wanted to share a comment from a student of mine. Strandwood says, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, no. Sign here to save the instrumental music program. And within just a recess, they were able to garner 96 signatures that I'd like to share with the board. Can I hand this over? And I just wanted to share with you that we do have approximately 100 students involved in our program, 4th and 5th grade, that represents 33% of 4th and 5th graders. And it's been constant at around that level as long as we've had a program. But also, I just wanted to say also, if declining enrollment is a reason to eliminate teachers, then it stands to reason that the salaries of all the district should be reduced at least. And let's not sacrifice programs for children by cutting teachers and the programs that really serve our kids. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Larson, followed by Michael Utig.
May I speak at item 18.5?
Yeah, well, okay, because we'll be within our time. Go ahead.
Good evening, Superintendent Clark and school board members. I am an elementary instrumental music teacher in this district and find it abhorrent that we are discussing cutting a program that is positive for students who choose to participate. There have been numerous studies that demonstrate beneficial effects specific to instrumental music education. I feel it is short-sighted to focus solely on ELA and math when music can help students progress in these areas as well. Children are not robots or computers. They are human beings with emotional needs. Music offers students a way to de-stress and experience an enjoyable pursuit while overcoming obstacles. Music is social emotional learning in action. Music skills are transferable to every other subject area. We address reading, decoding, motor skills, math, and social studies. We make learning relevant to students by providing arrangements of songs that students request. It would be a travesty to the learning potential of thousands of students in this district if you go forward with a decision to cut elementary instrumental music. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael Utig, followed by Dan Reynolds.
Good evening, esteemed board members, Dr. Clark. I'm here to speak to you tonight as a highly concerned educator who has seen too many cuts face our students over the last few years. We need to ensure that this district is able to attract and retain highly qualified educators. These cuts do not make that possible. When cuts are made disproportionately to the classroom, we deter strong potential candidates from joining this district. It is time you recognize your educators, your teachers serving the classrooms are the ones that serve our students. Without the teachers, you would not have a job. Teachers are not asking for the district to fall into insolvency. We're asking for a fair and just contract. Since 2017, you have gotten an annual cost of living increases totaling 13.59% and will increase another 9.78% over the next 2 years. Teachers increased by a fraction of that under the prior pay scale. As a special education teacher, I have seen cuts that make no sense. We have classrooms without one-to-one aides. We have classrooms with no SEA positions filled, and numerous classrooms without teachers. My assigned classroom behaviorist has only been able to observe my classroom during 2 IEPs and not during the school day because they are serving a vacancy that this board has not been able to fill. I have had to file 2 workers' compensation cases in the last 9 months. Both are tied to the same student who was supposed to be moved prior to another, even more aggressive student being moved into my room. I have only had to file 3 in my 11 years as an educator. It is time that this board recognizes the importance of educators, teachers, SEAs, behaviorists, psychologists, speech pathologists, occupational therapists, counselors, and all of the other people that serve our students every day. If a fair and just contract cannot be reached, the teachers are ready to demonstrate our strength and solidarity through every means necessary, including going on strike. I implore you not to force us to take this drastic step. You have the power to prevent that action. It is time you ensure your actions and words support our students.
Thank you. Dan Reynolds.
Hello again, board. Good to see each other a lot tonight. My name is Dan Reynolds. Currently, I am the Executive Director of the Mount Diablo Education Association, the union that represents the teachers. I've been doing union staff work for 5 years, and before that, I spent 16 years as a teacher in this district, 14 of them at Mount Diablo High School, 1 of them at Northgate High School, and 1 of them at Glenbrook Middle School. I'm a product of Mount Diablo Unified Schools, Sun Terrace, Glenbrook, and Mount Diablo High School. My mother graduated from Mount Diablo High School, as did my wife. I'm the parent of 2 children who attend our schools. The money, the percent of your budget that you have spent on employee salary and benefits has gone down by millions of dollars a year over the last 3 years. The 2019-20 unaudited actuals showed that you spent 85.27% of your total outgo on employees. Your first interim for this year shows that you'll only spend 73.71% of your total outgo. That's a difference of 11.56%, which of your $415 million outgo means you're spending $48 million less on your people as a percentage of your total outgo than you were just 2 years ago. Budgets are expressions of values. Your budget shows you are spending less on educators. Why are you divesting in the people who educate our children? The Legislative Analyst's Office projects that the cost of living adjustment for next year will be 6.17%. Your current first interim multi-year projection uses a figure of 2.48%. The difference between those two means that your budget next year will have $8 million more in it than the multi-year projections in your first interim. The governor's budget proposal suggests a 3-year average for ADA as a way to fund districts. If that, coupled with the COLA, are brought to fruition, as we expect they will be, there will be $20 million more in your budget next year than in your current MYP. LCFF dollars for every student through the COLA went up in 17-18 by 1.5%. They went up in 18-19 by 3.7%. They went up in 19-20 by 3.26%. Up this year by 5.07%. They're projected next year to go up by 6.17%, and then again by 3.61%. Compounded, that is a 25.69% increase in the dollars that you get from the state to educate children. And in that time, you have increased the teacher salary schedule by 0. Teacher workload has gone up. Stress levels have gone up. Rent has gone up. PG&E has gone up. Superintendent's salary has gone up in that time. The number of administrators in your HR department has gone up. District revenue has gone up. Employee salary schedule has not.
Thank you. All righty. That concludes our public comment. We are now on communications, 9.1, district communication organizations at regular board meetings. A single spokesperson for each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those which are informal. Carmen Terome.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, CST members, and Mount Diablo community here. I just made bullet points of some of the issues that I've seen so far. Out of the list that was sent as informational, I didn't see any management cuts on your list. That would save a few clerical positions for sure. Another item that I saw on the agenda was the clerical sub increase on per hour. That was an item that we did discuss at a meeting that we requested from HR, but there were other two items that we also asked and that were more important. One of them was extra pay for those employees, clerical, that have been working, mainly doing all the COVID tracing, the independent study contract, and then also maybe a stipend for all those people, just like other bargaining units have been receiving. And then, of course, maybe increasing also to attract more substitute with experience, an increase on that. But the item that I see on the agenda is for the subs, but not for the current people working there. So that's a slap in the face, you know. We're not, I mean, everybody considers us essential workers when they requested us to come back after a month and a half or 2 months. We're not essential. We consider ourselves miracle workers because that's what we do. We do miracles at the sites. There's a project now, it's starting tomorrow, this centralized enrollment that was dumped into student services. And I say dump because everything comes to there. And within the same number of staff, 5 members, we have managed to have everything ready. We have one employee that brought his van and packed everything, including the portable copiers, to take it over there. We took the CUME folders, we did everything, and everything is already at Rio Vista ready for tomorrow with the current staff that we have. If this is a project that the district has in mind, have they considered staffing for that? Because tomorrow, Welcome Center is closed because we can't be doing both things. It took 5 of us, and not just yesterday. We had done the Google form, we translated the form, we uploaded, we put the information on the website. We did everything for this pilot that is not a pilot program, so that's gonna happen. So we are miracle workers. So we also need a miracle from you. Pay us fairly. Okay. If the district would have shared all the COLA received in the last 5 years, we wouldn't be requesting that 13% salary increase. You know, we would have been okay with what you guys are suggesting, 7%. But the COLA has always stayed with the district. They have never shared that with us. In the past, when I started here 24 years ago, it was because the district used to pay 100% of our benefits. Now we pay for that, but the COLA still stays in the district. It's not being shared with us. So if they share a little bit of that, maybe, you know, we wouldn't be in this position right now. The fiscal department is a revolving door. Constantly, people leaving. Have you guys asked why? What's going on in that department? Why are people leaving? I know a few reasons, but I'm not going to share it here. But have you guys asked about it? That's a shame. The payroll department has lost 2 positions, if not more, and they created a supervisor position, making more money. But the miracle workers, now I think they're down now to 3. So are they being compensated for all the extra work? No, they haven't. Okay. I have asked numerous times, how much money was all that, how much was the savings of the early retirement incentive 2 years ago? I asked numerous times and nobody has provided that report. Is there a reason why? Is that report even out? I don't know. We need transparency across the board. That's all we ask. Thank you.
Anita Johnson.
Good evening. I am Anita Johnson, president of the Mount Diablo Education Association. My pronouns are she and her. MEDIA is a united group of educators working together for the benefits of the students of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. The students of this district need a qualified teacher in every classroom and a qualified employee in every position. Trustees, I encourage you to maintain a growth mindset as you deliberate about the future of this district and our students. Our district has a lot of potential and needs the right kinds of support, but can play an instrumental role in helping all of our students achieve their full potential. I encourage you to reject the deficit mindset that management continues to fall into. A budget developed with a growth mindset would not overinflate expenses and underestimate revenue like the budgets that management presents to you. The excessive padding that management has built into the budget will very likely result in an additional $60 million in unspent funding this year, bringing the ending balance to over $150 million. I hope you don't see additional unspent funding and a growing ending balance as a good thing. The students in this district need services and they need them this year. The students in this district need a qualified employee in every position now and in the fall. We are particularly concerned about the budget reduction proposed for alt ed programs. The statement from the proposal that, quote, students would be served by the county is particularly alarming. These students are the responsibility of this district. Would you really reject these students on the assumption that someone else will take care of them? Don't you believe they could be better served by our district? Please think about why some students need alt ed services. Please don't take a deficit mindset and blame the students or the decisions they have made. They are the products of this district. We must seriously consider what this district could have done to support these students in reaching their full potential. Our Medea proposals in bargaining are exactly what this district should be doing to support all students to keep them on the path to success. Beginning with transitional kindergarten, our proposal is that the staffing ratios required by the state be incorporated into our contract. Why will you not agree to this? Is it because management believes that the state will not enforce this requirement as vigorously as we will? Does management hope to cut some corners here? That may be their reason, but what about you? Why would you not agree to staffing ratios that will help keep these young children safe and give them the support they need to get a solid start in their educational experience? Next are combination classes that mix kindergartners and first grade students. Surely you can imagine the differences in developmental levels and curriculum for these grades. Surely you can see that the lower class sizes caused by restrictions on combination classes would lead to better outcomes for these children. Next are combination classes in the dual language programs. I applaud students who have accepted the challenge to learn 2 languages. We believe that these students should be supported in single grade classes and that the challenges inherent in combination classes is one level of confusion too much. Please direct management to eliminate combination classes in dual language programs. And the same concerns apply to combination classes at all Title I schools. Please do what you can to support these students to ensure they stay on the path to success. For those students who are recommended for alt ed, they need very personalized attention that can only be possible in the lower class sizes that we have proposed. Please direct management to agree to lower class sizes to keep these programs in-house. Nurses are incredibly important to our students' health and success. I ask that you agree to our proposals for the additional nursing support. Counselors are essential lifelines for some students. Please agree to our proposals for additional support, and please do not eliminate any of these positions. I realize that I'm going back and forth between the bargaining conflict and Dr. Clark's proposed budget reductions. But both of these issues stem from the same problem. The budget projections you are shown overinflate expenses and underestimate revenues. There is no structural deficit. The district receives enough funding to provide a quality education with qualified employees to all students. And librarians are essential at all levels. Please do not consider cutting these positions, because the damage that could be done and the opportunities that our students could experience for improving their reading skills and their media skills couldn't happen without librarians. So please do not cut these positions. Instrumental music teachers are the reason that some students come to school. These teachers help students express themselves in new and unique ways and learn discipline and rhythm. Please don't deprive future students of these experiences that could be the difference between finding their potential and floundering. The district has never been able to hire enough classroom assistants. Are the 4 that he is proposing to eliminate vacant positions? I certainly hope so. Even if the special education teachers that he is proposing to eliminate are vacant, why would you consider eliminating them when there is such a need and it's so hard to hire for those jobs? Please tell us that the 4 health specialist positions on this list are currently vacant. And even so, why eliminate them? These specialists provide very necessary support to students who need help controlling their behavior. These supports are not available from any other employee. We need more behavior health specialists, not less. And college and career advisors are critical in helping students explore ideas and consider potential options. Please don't eliminate them or any other counselors. And laying off teachers, any kind of educator during a teacher shortage is very unwise. The teachers you pink slip will have no problem finding a district that wants them. They won't respond when you call them back in July and ask if they will come back. What will you say to the students who show up in the fall to classes for which no teacher could be hired? The advice that you seem to be getting from management does not seem focused on students. Please listen to us. Please see these issues from a growth mindset and take steps to ensure that this district fills its responsibilities and that all students have the support they need to reach their potential. Finally, I want you to know that there are a lot of people who wanted to be heard this evening, but they were prohibited from participating by the in-person nature of the meeting. I strongly encourage you to return to virtual meetings. In conclusion, please hear me. This is no longer the appropriate time to be asking employees to make sacrifices. We expect that you will honor our work, value us, and conclude negotiations quickly with a just and fair settlement. We are here tonight to tell you that we will fight for the district our students need. If your management team will not engage in dialogue, what other option do we have to resolve this conflict? What do we need to do to get your attention? What other option do we have? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to 10.1, recognitions and resolutions. Review and potential approval of resolution 21/22-50 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed in 2022 to 2025 to maintain fiscal solvency. Dr. Clark.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Mason. I will go ahead and begin here. So we have, we are asking the board to consider resolution number 21/22-50 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed in the 2022-2025 to maintain fiscal solvency. So the resolution reads as such: whereas the Board of Education has a fiduciary duty to meet its financial obligations in the current fiscal year and 2 subsequent fiscal years pursuant to Ed Code 42127. And whereas the district faces significant declining enrollment based on current projections, the student population in the district is expected to continue to decline over the next 3 years. During the 2019-2020 school year, there were approximately 30,724 students enrolled at district schools, and enrollment is expected to decline to 27,637 students by the 2024-2025 school year. And now therefore be it resolved, the district will need to implement necessary ongoing budget reductions, and in the 2022-2023 fiscal year, that equates to $10 million in reductions. And be it further resolved that the district will promptly submit a detailed plan of proposed budget reductions and a timeline for implementation. Madam President, I now put this item in the hands of the board.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, on this item? Okay. First, Dan Reynolds.
Hello again. This resolution is broken. Please don't pass it. How is it broken? First paragraph says it addresses the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. The current year is 21-22. The first subsequent year is 22-23, and the second subsequent year is 23-24. This talks about 24-25. It has too many years in it. It doesn't know how to count. The most recent demographer report commissioned by the district and presented to you as a board in 2021 projects enrollment in 24-25 at 29,620, and yet this document says it's going to be 27,637. Your first interim report only has numbers through 23-24. Therefore, my question is there a new demographer's report that you are using for 24-25, or are you using the one you already paid for? If there is a new one, why haven't we as a public seen it? If not, why are you trusting this number? This resolution goes beyond the requirements in a multi-year projection, which are 2 subsequent years, not 3. This resolution is attempting to be sensationalist by painting a worse picture by going too many years into the future. Your multi-year projection is required to be 3 years, the current year, next year, and the one after. This resolution lists your projected ending fund balance this year at $81.9 million. Yet your own first interim report lists it at 82.8. One of those numbers is wrong. Is it the one that you already approved in December, or is it the one in this resolution? Or is there a new updated multi-year projection? And if there is, why haven't we seen it? Further, why are you also not considering tens of millions of dollars of additional anticipated income this year? The numbers that I saw suggest that there is $50 million in projected income for this district this year that is not yet in your budget. That $50 million can stave off a lot of cuts. Further, there is the increased COLA, which you have already heard about, and the proposal to have a 3-year average for ADA. Those 2 things, along with decreased future funding for CalPERS, the Classified Employee Retirement System, mean that there will be an additional $20 million a year ongoing that is not currently reflected in your multi-year projection. That $20 million can stave off a lot of cuts. You do not need to make cuts at this level. Don't do this. Don't pass this resolution. It is broken. It demands an overly long term. It contains errors in basic math, and it is unnecessary. You don't need to do it. There is no structural deficit. Your current budget overprojects expenses and underprojects revenue. You have $89 million in reserve at the end of last year, another 50 million coming in, and 20 million new coming in next year.
Thank you. Cora Mitchell.
Hi, my name is Cora Mitchell. I am a mother of 2 children who attend school in this district, and I'm here to speak for them. In regards to this proposal tonight, in 2025, my son Buddy will be in the 4th grade. He will have been without music for 3 years. My daughter will be in junior high. There will be no library there based on what is being presented to us tonight. If you're truly concerned about student reduction in this district, I would advise you to reject this and fix it, because I do not think as committed as I am to public education, I don't think it would be responsible of me as a parent to continue on this path, knowing that it's just getting deeper and deeper every year. I'm so disheartened as a parent who has been so committed to my school, so dedicated to this district. I'm involved in PTA. I was on the site council. I've never missed a field trip. I volunteered in every classroom. I've never said no when somebody has asked me to do something. How can I continue to do this to my children? You all have attended college. You know that general education is a thing. When these kids go to college, they need a basic understanding of things beyond just reading, writing, and arithmetic. All of those things are critical to a well-rounded education. So please go back, recrunch the numbers. I'm sorry, Dr. Clark, I have to say, the proposal of the things that you're expecting my children to sacrifice, knowing that you didn't offer to cut your own pay as the highest paid person in this district, is very, very upsetting to me. You guys understand what it takes to attract the best and the brightest, because that's exactly what you exhibited when you hired Dr. Clark. You paid him top dollar for his job, and I'm not saying that you don't deserve that. But that's the same rationale for our teachers and for our secretaries and our nurses and all the other people who make these schools a productive and positive place for our children. Don't forget, there are kids behind all this. My kids are going to sacrifice, not Dr. Clark, not Dr. Rubio. My children are the ones who are going to suffer. And I hate to use the word suffer, but it's really, this is not the best education that they should be getting. It's not even close. It's not even close as hard as they try. We don't have a standardized curriculum. Teachers are left to their own devices to try to figure this out on their own. What are we really spending money on if it's not that? If it's not teachers, it's not nurses, it's not counselors, it's not art, it's not music, it's not facilities. Where is the money going? Because I'm not seeing it at my site. I'm not. I love our school, but I'm not seeing it there. So please reject this and go back and recrunch the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members. Questions?
So is it supposed to go to 24, 25 or 23? 24.
Again, the enrollment,
No, the 3 years. This references 24, 25 instead of 23, 24. Oh, this isn't a touch screen. Sorry.
So our multi-year projection goes this year and 2 additional years, except as we've been explaining to you in the scenarios that we've been running, we've been looking at that additional year also because that year kicks in May when we work on our next budget. So all of our projections right now and all of our reductions are taking into account what it looks like as of May, which is 3 months from now.
Just to make sure I understand, in May, the 3rd year is 24,
Yes.
25.
yes. It's when we do the second interim, we will be using that year. So we're giving you the most up-to-date information.
Madam President,
Yes.
I move that the board approve resolution 21/22-50 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed
Okay,
Am I looking at the wrong, it just, I'm sorry, it just flipped.
needed in 2022 to 2025.
I'm sorry, reductions needed in 2022 to dash 2025 to maintain fiscal solvency.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
That's agenda item 15.1.
Here we go. And that passes 5+1. Thank you. 10.2, review and potential approval of resolution 21/22-54 in recognition of PTA's 125th anniversary and California State PTA Day. Is this going to be Dr. Clark or Trustee Mayo?
This is Dr. Clark. So before the board tonight, we have resolution 21/22-52. Whereas the Mount Diablo Council of PTAs and its 18 PTAs connect families, schools, and communities in part of the foundation of the public education system and a trusted messenger to millions of members, parents, families, educators, and allied agencies throughout the state. And now therefore be it resolved that the governing board of the Mount Diablo Unified School District hereby commends the association on the occasion of its 125th anniversary and encourages all its residents to celebrate this commemorative event. And so be it further resolved that February 17th, 2022 be California State PTA Day throughout Mount Diablo Unified School District. Madam President, this item is now in the hands of the board.
Thank you. Trustee Mayo, would you like to speak to this?
First, I'll make the motion. I move the board adopt resolution 21-2252 in recognition of PTA and California PTA Day.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Trustee Mayo.
I bring this resolution to you because this organization is something that I value. I'm sorry. That's on. This organization is one that I value very highly. I have viewed and support the view that parents, teachers, and administrators work together to improve public education and the condition of children, not only in our own community, but in California and nationally. There are many pieces of legislation that have been adopted in California and nationally that have originated with PTA, and it's thanks to the combined efforts of everyone that these pieces of legislation were adopted. I realize this may not seem welcome at this particular time, but I do hope that you support the parents in your individual schools as they work to improve the conditions at your school site. We have in our own community 2 schools that have been PTAs for more than 100 years. Pleasant Hill Elementary School was founded in 1920, and Ignacio Valley Elementary School was founded as a PTA in 1922, long before the district became a school district. And then we have the remainder of the school PTAs that are 60 years, 57 years, 43 years, and much younger as far as their anniversaries are concerned. I wanted to bring this resolution forward to recognize those who have volunteered in our schools in the past, whether they are at PTA schools or not at PTA schools, and those who will volunteer in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Trustee Count?
Yes, I just want to recognize Trustee Mayo for her many hours, years of volunteering, not only in the PTA, but mentoring PTAs in this school district, helping parents to gain that leadership at so many schools, as well as her leadership on the council as a whole. Thank you, Trustee Mayo.
When my daughter entered school, however many years ago, I was really excited to join the PTA and be involved. But I encourage people to take a moment and Google that I'm a Black PTA mom and read this blog post of experience by one mom and know that like I felt her truth in my core based on my own experiences, and it doesn't have to be that way. So it was negative as a Black mother coming into a PTA. But I think that the PTA is the strongest advocate for public education and children that we have. And I surmise that they're as powerful as the AARP for, older people of who I'm about to be. But the PTA currently includes diversity, equity, and inclusion for social justice as one of their 3 mission drivers in their current strategic plan. And I really look forward, which just started this school year, and I really look forward to seeing how that plays out in our own community.
Thank you. There's no other comments. We'll go to the vote. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And that passes 5 + 1. Very good. All right, we're now at 11.1, review and potential approval of personnel appointment interim principal at Woodside Elementary.
And we have Mr. Sheehy is going to take the next 2 items.
All right.
The Human Resources Department is bringing forward the board's review and potential approval for the appointment of Christopher Chenault as the interim principal at Woodside Elementary. Chris spent 15 years as a teacher within the Oakland Unified School District before coming to Mount Diablo Unified as a vice principal at Riverview Middle. Chris is currently in his 3rd year as vice principal at Hidden Valley Elementary School. Chris holds a bachelor's degree in journalism and a master's degree in educational leadership and administration. Chris lives in Walnut Creek with his wife, Adriana, who works as a school counselor in the Hayward Unified School District, and their 3 boys who attend Valley Verde, Foothill, and Northgate. With that, I leave this potential approval into the hands of the board.
Thank you.
Madam President, I move to appoint Christopher Chenault as interim principal at Woodside Elementary.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. There's no questions. We'll go to the vote. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
All right.
That passes 5.1. Is Christopher with us tonight? And if
Yes,
he
he
is, would
is.
he like to come up and speak?
Yep.
Oh, I recognize Christopher now.
Well, geez, Louise, thank you so much. I'm certainly honored and feel privileged for this opportunity to be the interim principal at Woodside Elementary. I cannot wait to meet those kiddos over there and get to meet my staff and figure out how I can support them and of course meet the greater Woodside community. I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The Human Resources Department is bringing for the board's review and potential approval the appointment of Sean Kelly as the Data and Application Systems Manager in the Business Services Department. Sean has worked the last 4.5 years in the MDUSD TIS department, working with teachers and staff to support their technology needs, thereby supporting MDUSD's overall goal of creating excellent educational opportunities for its students. Prior to that, he worked as a children's librarian in the Solano County Public Library System. Sean has a bachelor's degree in philosophy and a master's of library and informational services. Sean is married to an amazing kindergarten teacher, Katie, going on 20 years, and are the proud parents of two talented and delightful daughters, Trinity and Megan. He enjoys reading, playing the guitar and ukulele, watching hockey, and has been a huge Star Wars fan since it first came out. With that, I leave this appointment in the hands of the board.
Thank you.
I'll move that the board approve the appointment of Sean Kelly for Data and Application Systems Manager in the Business Services Department.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, we have the motion and the second. No questions. We'll go with trustee Fowler.
Yes.
And that passes 5 plus 1 is
He's not
Peter.
available to be here tonight, but
Okay.
I'm sure he's watching.
Okay, and if you're listening, welcome and look forward to meeting you in the future. And I believe this is where we have our auditors.
Yes,
Is that
we have
correct?
the auditors and he's double booked tonight. And so he was, he did us the favor to come to us first. And so we're gonna get him up and get him on to the next district.
So board members, I would like to introduce Charles Rabley. He's from Crow. He works with a colleague, Jeff Jansen, as well as with our internal auditor, Isaac Williams, on our annual audit. He is going to be presenting items 18.1, 18.2, and 18.3.
We'll do the presentation.
And we
take
have a
any-
couple of public comments. Do
We'll
you
do 'em
prefer
after.
before or after?
Can we do them after, please?
After,
Thank you.
Oh, that's for the next, I think. Well, I thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak with you about the fiscal year ended June 30, 2021 audits. My name is Charles Ribley. I'm a senior manager with Crow, as Lisa mentioned, and I'm proud to be able to present the results of the audit for you today. I'll go over a few communication points that we need to make as your auditors, and then draw your attention to a couple of the key results for this year's audit. I also wanted to mention, I appreciate the flexibility in moving the agenda item up as
Yeah,
well.
And that's okay. We're gonna fix the presentation. We got it.
Okay, I don't have a presentation,
Oh,
so
okay, right.
not to confuse
Yeah,
others, right?
yeah.
So really quickly, the audit includes 3 components primarily. There's the financial audit, which is the overall financial picture of the district as a whole. In addition to that, because the district expends federal dollars in excess of $750,000 in the fiscal year, you're required to have what's called a single audit or a uniform guidance audit, also called a federal audit. And then because you're in the state of California and you're a school district, you're required to have a state compliance audit. So those 3 kind of primary components are included in our audit process. And so in the fiscal 21 year, each of those received what we would call an unmodified audit, unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion and the highest level of assurance that you're looking to achieve out of a financial or compliance audit. So a good result overall for this fiscal period. And if you jumped to the back of the audit report yourself, you might have seen that there were no findings that we needed to report this fiscal year. I would say that that's not the same conversation we're having with all districts this year. I mean, there's some challenges that we're all kind of addressing because of working remotely in many cases, and having to provide documents in a different format has some challenges associated with it, in addition to other compliance changes that have come about for this fiscal year that we're auditing. And so the fact that we were able to come out of that without a finding this year is a testament to management, the internal audit department as well, providing us the information we needed and correctly and in a timely manner. So we'll be able to, or have been able to, submit the audit report to the district or to the state controller's office and the county office of education on time. So overall, a great result. I didn't know if you wanted me to speak separately to the bond audits, because I know there's separate items. If you wanted to take action on those, that's up to you, I think.
Let's have them keep going.
That's what I thought.
Okay. In addition to the overall district audit, because you have general obligation bonds that were approved and authorized under Prop 39, you're required to have a separate financial audit and a separate performance audit of those bonds. And those financial audit and performance audit are different in scope. So we're looking at these two different activities from a different lens. And so for the financial audit, and I'll talk about Measure C first. For the financial audit, those are really looking at the Measure C activity as a standalone financial statement. And it would include the notes to the financial statements. You see draft or the final report before you as well for that. That was also an unmodified opinion when we looked at Measure C as a standalone. And the performance audit, again, as I mentioned, is different in scope. So instead of just looking at the financial statements as a standalone and saying, are these items classified correctly? Do they exist? We look at, as a performance audit, we're looking at those expenditures and saying, do they comply with not only Prop 39 requirements, but are they also in line with the projects that the board and the CBOC have approved over the past year? So we're looking at those expenditures. So for Measure C, you had about 5.8 or 5.9 million expended during the fiscal period. And we tested actually approximately 4.7 million of those total expenditures. So pretty good coverage overall. Measure J, we had approximately 1,100,000 million that was expended during that period, and we tested 900,000 of that total expenditure. So really good coverage on both, and we didn't have any exceptions in all the items that we tested. I will note that our testing includes kind of a cross-section of different types of expenditures. So we're not just looking at the capital outlay, we're looking at those other types of expenditures that are also charged to the bonds. So it's kind of a cross-section of all types of expenditures to make sure they complied. And so no issues to report there. So I think overall, I would say that that's a really good result. And again, I'm proud to be able to say that we had no findings in either the district audit or Measure C or Measure J. And so I'm happy to address any questions that you may have or expand on anything that you may want to more information on.
Thank you. Any questions? Looks like Trustee Cowan might have one.
Just a comment. I want to say thank you. And I just want to repeat what you said, that this is a clean audit. It's the highest rating we can receive. That's correct. So oftentimes out in the public sphere, I will hear, Mount Diablo mismanages funds, things like that. This is, we have proof here. We are audited regularly in many different ways, and we have received the highest rating that we can receive. So just for people to have that awareness, and please share that with others, because it's a very good thing. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I appreciate the format, very easy to read and get to the bottom line. I'm assuming these two public comments are for the original 12.0 and not the audit? Yours is for the audit?
Yeah, mine is for the audit, not for the bond audit.
Okay.
So what was 18.1, which is the audit, is what I would like to cover.
Okay. Okay, so you may speak now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you want me to stay? For...
Well, in case he has a question we can't answer.
Just 3 more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's your PowerPoint or not. All right, thank you. My public comment is for 18.1, the first of the 2 audit reports presented to you, the one that audited your total budget. The audit in item 18.1, now 12.1, that you are addressing tonight says that you ended last year with an ending fund balance of $89,320,697 unspent. $89,320,697 in your ending fund balance. There are more than $50 million in revenue this year that is not yet in your budget, but it will be visible in your audit for the 21-22 year that y'all will look at 12 months from now. There will be more than $20 million more in your budget next year beyond what your current multi-year projection shows. And we'll be able to see that in the audit for 23-24 when you all look at it 24 months from now. We can know this because we can look back at your multi-year projections in your first interim budget reports from 2017-18, 18-19, 19-20, and 20-21, and then compare them to the audit from the end of that fiscal year, which can show you how intensely at your first interim, you over project your expenses and you under project your revenue. I ask each of you to do the work to compare the multi-year projections that were in the first interim report in 17-18 through the current year, through 2021, and then compare those to the audit report. And look to see how accurate you were, because what you will see is what I have seen. How historically your numbers at the first interim are wrong because they over project expenses and under project revenue. Making cuts on a multi-year projection from your first interim, which is historically tremendously inaccurate, and ripping services away from our students using those inaccurate numbers in your first interim is short-sighted, it ignores history, and it hurts our kids.
Thank you. So if there are any questions for the auditor, if there's not, you can head over to your other engagement, and we will go ahead. And I guess we have to do this in 3 separate. Yep. Okay.
Madam President, I move that we approve the acceptance of the independent audit report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
And I'd like to say something.
Go
please.
right ahead.
There's a section in the audit that makes this statement, and this is part of the reason that the FICMEC report also calls out the same situation. This district has incurred operating deficits in 2 of the past 3 years and anticipates an operating deficit during the 2021-22 fiscal year. This illustrates one of the reasons that we are having to make budget reductions, because we are operating continually in a deficit.
Thank you. No more other comments? Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And that passes 5 plus 1. Now we will be looking at 18.2, I believe it is. Yeah. For Measure C.
Madam President, I would move that the board approve the 2000, I apologize, accept the 2010 Measure C audit report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021.
Thank you.
A second.
Thank you. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
That passes 5 plus 1. And now we will be looking at the Measure J audit report.
Madam President, I move that we accept the 2010 Measure J audit report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021.
Thank you. You have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee McFerrin. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
That passes 5 plus 1. Very good. All right. Now we are on 12.1, presentation for the demographer, evaluation of existing trustee voting areas, and notice of public hearing on adoption of proposed revised scenarios. Okay.
Can we get the presentation, please?
Our buddy Larry Furcho is not here tonight.
Our demographer was quadruple
Oh,
booked
foggy.
tonight with
Okay.
all of the redistricting that is going on in all of the municipal communities and districts. So I will be the one that has the pleasure to bring this up to you tonight.
Okay.
So good evening, board members. My name is Cesar Alvarado. I am Associate General Counsel for the school district. And tonight I will be bringing to you the results of our initial evaluation of the redistricting process that we are required to do in light of the results that were recently received from the 2010-2020 census. So the 2020 census. As a district, we are required to reevaluate our voting areas for all of our trustees. And so we have initiated a process. What we have here is a draft timeline of how we're going to proceed. Today, we will be bringing to you the results of our initial analysis, as well as taking any comments from both public and from the board, or any suggestions or recommendations or requests. We will then be bringing those forth to our demographer, who will then devise, if necessary, additional proposed scenarios for the board to consider. At the next board meeting, we will be bringing to you our additional scenarios, any proposed revisions, where the board will then have the opportunity to adopt a final trustee areas map, which will then be presented to the county so that we can use it and it can be incorporated as part of the election process through this year, for the next year election process. As we're going through the report, I'd like to kind of bring in and highlight a couple of items and issues that have shown that up in the census numbers. Number one, we have had a growth of over 16,000 people in our school district, in our geography, in our boundaries. Most of the growth has occurred in Area 1, which is the area in Bay Point and Pittsburgh. It is, as you know, there's a significant growth in the San Marcos area that has been ongoing for the last 10 years. And that really is the biggest change that we have now than we did 10 years ago. So these are the numbers as we're looking. Because of that growth, we have a variance of 16.4%, which seems high, but it's actually not that high in comparison, so that the proposals that we have for the board are relatively slight. The changes are minor, I would say, and sort of like blink and you miss some type of proposal. So I do encourage you to look at the maps as we go forward. The following are the demographics for us, and this is the population as it pertains to ethnicity and race breakdowns among our districts, a district and among our trustee areas. I do want to point out the numbers when it comes to age. So if we looked at the numbers, we actually have an increase. We actually have approximately 55,000 students, 55,000 potentially school eligible residents in the county or in our district area. That is people who are under the age of 18. Of those, somewhere between 28 and 27,000 actually attend our school district, which means that there's approximately at least 25,000 kids who are eligible or could be eligible to attend Mount Diablo that do not for a variety of reasons. So that indicates to us, of course, that obviously we would be need to increase or work in trying to bring those students into our district. This is a breakdown of the current racial and ethnic populations, which haven't really changed as pertains from 2010 through 2020. These are the current areas. As you know, we have 5 different areas. And this is the map that was adopted by the board approximately 2 years ago, I believe in 2019, as we transitioned from district area elections into trustee area elections. This is a breakdown again of the populations. As you see, most of the increase has been on trustee area 1, again, which is a change of approximately 9,000 or so, an increment of approximately 9,000 or so residents in that area alone. As we're looking into changing our area map, because we are required to do so in light of the growth in area 1, we have a number of criteria that we follow in drafting the proposals that we are bringing to you. Number one is we want to make sure that each of the areas are as close as possible, contain nearly the same or equal number of inhabitants. Number two, we have to comply, of course, with all of our requirements, including the Federal Voting Rights Act, as well as try to maintain truly the status quo as much as possible as it pertains to both the residency of the trustees, as well as potentially the size of the area and the nature of the area. We don't want to make any major changes because we've already gone through this process. For both of the scenarios that we are proposing today, we have those considerations in mind, and those are our primary considerations. Primarily, we want to balance each of the areas. So the ideal size is 53,380 people per area, and I think we've come very close to that, as close as possible. These are the conceptual trustee areas. These are the scenarios that we are presenting to you today. I would just point to, and again, this is something that we may need to take out a bit of our reading glasses or to actually see where the changes are, because it is virtually identical to what the existing area map is. I do want to point to 3 different areas that have changed. Number one, there is again a decrease in area 1. So there is a change from area 1 to area 5 in the area around Bailey, between Bailey and Leland in the area of Pittsburgh. There is also a change to area 3, which is basically moving up slightly up north. You see the pink moving up north into the green, which all the way up to the freeway, which is a Highway 4. Again, all of these changes are based on geographical boundaries and to try to maintain as much of a common sense to the division as possible. This scenario 1 makes the least changes possible when it pertains to maintaining the status quo. So this is kind of our status quo scenario. It does not have any changes to area 2. It essentially lives the same, and then makes changes to area 1, 5, and 4. Area 4, there's a slight movement, essentially moves the border or that little gap around Treat Boulevard into and divide. It makes David Avenue the dividing line between area 4 and area 3. So, and if you look at the numbers are again fairly close when it comes to population. It does not change significantly the percentage of our different populations and ethnicities and so forth. It maintains that. And this scenario is the one that is at least disruptive when it comes to the actual maps as we have them, and it again maintains the status quo as much as possible. The next scenario is it's essentially the same, but it tries to balance area 2 and area 3. So if it's barely visible, but there is a slight movement from area 2 into area 3, essentially moves it a couple of blocks over one of the boundaries. And this one is the scenario has the goal of making the populations as equal as possible. So this essentially brings everybody within approximately 500, each of the areas within approximately 500 inhabitants from all the other areas. So those are the scenarios that are before you. Again, our demographer was instructed to maintain the status quo as much as possible, to respect the incumbency of our trustees, and to produce a potential scenarios that the board can discuss, and we can bring, we can adopt at the next meeting and bring to the county as we are required to do by March 1st.
Okay, I think we'll take the public comment first and then we'll do board comments. So Michael Schneider.
Good evening. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Michael Schneider. I'm a community member in Trustee Area 3. I'm not here to talk about, I was a former candidate for Trustee Area 3, and prior to these maps, I was also quite involved with why we're having these trustees divided, and the equity that is behind it. I've been a public records extractor for 10 years. I can attest that it's hard work. going ahead and going through a lot of data. Currently, sorry, I'm very nervous. Okay.
Take your time.
So for 20 years ago, I created the policies and procedures that go ahead and are behind 8 out of 10 real estate, refi, resale, equity loans in the nation. I've had boots on the ground. I'm a collaborator. I've worked with Fortune 500 management, employees, and software developers. Currently, in my company, I have several in real estate regarding data, handles about 1.6 billion in transactional volume every year. And we go between 700, 200, and 750 million each year in actual sales. So my data has a lot of influence with Fidelity, First American Title, and even Google's subsidiaries of Google. As you can tell, I'm usually the guy in the background. I'm not used to being up front. I'm really concerned about the new map, and I want to be able to bring it up, if we could, in the presentation of either one of them, if that's at all possible. Can I get the map?
I think so. Keep talking while they bring it up there.
Okay. One of the reasons that we had the trustees have to come up was our largest city, Concord, approximately 125,000 people, did not have anyone on the board for about 8 years. And what kept coming out from city officials, from the community, is that we just keep getting outspent when it comes to elections. That's when we discovered that there was a 20-year voting law that was not being compiled, and then we broke up and we created the 5. I'm just going to run these through real quick. I'll just go ahead and give it to the demographer, and he can get back to us since this is an information item only. But the flaws that I see, and this has been consistent prior to the election. This was during our last meetings that we had in 2019, and it continued through the election, and it still continues today. This is what I'm getting out from community input. I had no idea I was at 3 minutes.
Technically, your time's up, but if you can get to what your question is, so we can make sure we pass it on to the demographer for the next meeting, that would be helpful.
Okay. I have about 16 bullet items of how trustee area 3, which is a heavy poverty area, which has the most challenging schools, is not in compliance with the American Community Surveys that was supposed to have been done. It was listed on the previous trustee maps as ACS. It is not on here. I'm requesting that I be given a copy of how this data was compiled, as we actually have numerous violations where even the economies of area 3, who sits at 65,000 for a household income, we still have those inequities at 115,000.
Okay, so could you forward your list, and then we can forward it to the person who did the maps?
Yes.
As far as the other thing, that would be a public records request, and our attorney will deal with that. Okay?
Okay. And the final thing, and it's the last thing. The other thing is how it violates the continuous flow of neighborhoods and the ACS and the Voters Voting Act. The analyst shows that it is a 1/4 mile up to 2 mile gap between residential neighborhoods when they should be contiguous. We have crossed over numerous man-made and natural boundaries, including a regional airport, an 8-lane interstate highway, a 100-yard flood canal, a small water canal, a shopping mall, and a city boundary.
And are those on your checklist?
then that is
Okay,
it.
very good.
Okay,
I have a couple of questions I would like to, not to you.
okay.
Thank you. I would like to pass on to the demographer. I have concerns as well. I've never thought that this ever achieved what it was supposed to achieve. And I guess one of my concerns, I would like, first off, before our next meeting where we vote, if the board could get the large maps that we got initially, where we can actually, like you say, see where the streets are
Right.
and where the changes are. So if we could get copies of that to all the board members before the next meeting. And my concern being, my area being area 1 is going to continue to outpace the others because we have space to grow. And so won't be me, I'll be long gone, but if that's a criteria they keep following, you could see area 1 being a very little disenfranchised part, again, that has a lot of people compacted in one area, but isn't really truly represented on the board. So that would be, and I'll put it in writing for you and send it to you tomorrow.
I would appreciate
But,
it,
yeah.
yes.
But that's, I do have concerns about it as well, as far as it not achieving what the legislator expected it to achieve. And I will probably have conversations with Grayson and Glazer about that concern as well. So
Understood.
thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll pass our questions along. Any other questions from other board members? Okay, we do.
I just had a brief statement, just looking at the areas here. I do appreciate how it seems to follow the BART line, which is a very visible, boundary, and that seems clearer than it was before. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now, I believe, at the superintendent's report. Who's that? Send it in the email,
Just send
Michael.
it
We'll
in the
get it.
email. We'll take care of it.
Send it to me and Dr. Clark.
You got a card? Saul? Yeah, give him your card. Right. Thank you. All right, thank you for putting up that presentation. I appreciate that. This is a superintendent's report intended for the board. However, tonight, I'm going to expand that audience to all stakeholders. And just so that we're clear on all stakeholders, that would be all employees of the district, all parents, students, and community members. And so I want to make sure that we are completely transparent about what's going on in our district and how we are working towards getting us on the right path so that we can continue to meet the needs of all of our students. As I start every report, I just want to highlight our LCAP goals, that they are here. And following those LCAP goals are our systemic instructional review goals, which hit on educational equity, learning acceleration, and social emotional learning. And so as I go into my presentation, I just want to be completely transparent that our public information officer, Teresa Harrington, will be sending this information out. We'll be pushing it out to all of our stakeholders. So this will be something that is readily available to everyone within the community. It's posted on our board agenda now, and it will be posted on the superintendent's page for all to have access to it. When I came to this district, I knew ahead of time that there were some challenges, and that it was going to be a heavy lift to get us to a place where financially and instructionally we can meet the needs of all of our students. And so since I have been here, we have been in close working relationship with 4 organizations around our budget and around our assumptions and our processes of how we come up with the numbers and the actions that we do. The first group that we rely heavily on is the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team, better known as FCMAT. And on my presentation, I have the website where you can click on and you can go to FCMAT for yourself. You can read the reports, you can see their credentials, you can see who are giving us these recommendations. And here is just a brief update on what their mission is. And so you see the FCMAT's primary mission is to assist California K-12 educational agencies to identify, prevent, and resolve financial, human resources, and data management challenges. FICMAT provides fiscal and data management assistance, professional development training, product development, and so on. FICMAT fiscal and management assistance services are used not just to help avert a fiscal crisis, which we are trying to avert, but to promote sound financial practices. Okay, and they want, again, to help us create an efficient organizational operation. The next group that we work very closely with, and the website is here, and everyone can go there and see their credentials and see the work that they do, is School Services of California. We are currently working with School Services of California right now. We are sharing our assumptions with them. We are sharing our budgets with them, our processes, and they are giving us feedback and assistance in this process. School Services has the strongest legislative team in Sacramento due to our team's exceptional knowledge of the legislative process, combined with an in-depth understanding of K-14 statutes and regulations. More importantly, the state budget process, which we have to follow rules and guidelines that are laid out by the state when it comes to our budget. And I will get into those a little more deeply. The next one we use, the county office has a contract with Capital Advisors, and so they give us advice as well, and we can capitalize on their expertise. But the Capital Advisors Group is a team of experts in California politics, educational policy, and underlined, highlighted is finance. Over the course of our collective careers, we have been helping clients, school agencies, professional associations, industry, private sectors achieve their important outcomes. And then the last group we use is the Contra Costa County Office of Education. AB 1200 was created to ensure that local education agencies throughout California are adequately prepared to meet their financial obligations. Concerns arose following the bankruptcy of the Richmond School District and the fiscal collapse of a few other districts that were preparing to request an emergency loan from the state. AB 1200 improved fiscal procedures, standards, and accountability. And it goes on, you can see underlined, monitoring school districts by mandating that COEs intervene under certain circumstances to ensure that districts can meet their financial obligations. So these are the 4 financial groups outside of who we use to determine our budgets. And I've heard this evening, I love the idea of staff members looking at budgets and coming up with their own numbers and looking at that. I encourage that, right? We want people to engage with the budget. However, with the close to $400 million budget, we have to make sure that we're working with the experts, and these experts from all 4 of these agencies are helping us through this process. And so last year, because the district had, with our budget, we can either qualify as positive, which means we can meet all of our financial goals within the next 3 years, or we may be qualified, which means there's a chance that we may not be able to meet our financial obligations, or we can be negative, which means that we can't. We had been certifying our budget as qualified for the last several cycles. And so therefore, when that happens to a district, FICMAT automatically comes into that district and they do a fiscal health risk analysis. And they did that analysis and they came to this board and presented the results on July 29th, 2021. And this is what I'm going to share with you over the next 8 slides is their summary. However, the report is posted with this document. And so everyone can print the report out, can look at it, and can see exactly what their findings are. However, I'm going to go over some of those. So I've heard several times tonight that we don't have a structural deficit. I don't know where that rumor started, but here is FICMAT, the #1 financial organization in the state with school district budgets. And this is in their opening paragraph when they reviewed our budget and reviewed all of our documents and our history. Mount Diablo Unified School District has certified as qualified since the second interim of the fiscal year as 2019-2020, indicating ongoing concern about potential fiscal insolvency. While a single qualified certification is a significant alert to the district and county office, the district has fiscal issues. Subsequent consecutive qualified certification suggests that the district has a structural deficit, and so on. So this is the opening paragraph. The next paragraph, the district's multi-year financial projections indicate its structural deficit will grow. So FCMAT is not saying we don't have a structural deficit. It's saying we have a structural deficit. And just to be clear, structural deficit is when you spend more money than comes in. So it shows spending between 21 and 22. So the structural deficit will grow in the upcoming fiscal years, more than doubling its unrestricted general fund deficit spending between 21, 22, our current year, and 22, 23, and eroding the unrestricted general fund balance, and it gives us numbers there. Now, I want to be clear. When we talk about the general fund, that's where salaries and benefits come in. When we talk about restricted money, it's just as it's stated, it's restricted. It can only be used for certain things. So as the auditor just said, we had an $89 million fund balance. That 89 million is not in the general fund. That's what is not being shared with everyone. It's not in the general fund. So that 89 million cannot just be poured into salaries and benefits. It is designated for certain types of funds. So certain students, special ed students, Title I students, things to that nature, right? A lot of that is COVID money that is only one-time money and cannot be used for salaries and benefits. So it says, it goes on, and then it says the district has not developed, adopted, and taken action on a plan to reduce or eliminate this deficit spending, which will quickly lead to insolvency if not addressed. So the next paragraph, the Mount Diablo Unified's fiscal strains and structural imbalance can be attributed to many factors. Again, I'm not blaming anybody, right? I came into this district knowing this before I got here. Right? There is no blame to go around. We are all responsible for this. So many factors, the most significant being declining enrollment and the district's employee compensation burden. Those are not my words. This is from the report. The analysis has identified several factors that contribute to the potential fiscal insolvency and district's failure to respond and correct its fiscal imbalance. Most factors are due to the lack of confidence in timely and sound information that can be used to make actionable decisions. The superintendent and CBO had been with the district less than 2 years, arriving after these issues were evident. So again, I know I've been blamed for several things. I know the CBO has been blamed for several things, but these issues have been going on long before we got here. I think at a previous meeting, it was shared, that we've been talking about this over and over. These reductions that we're proposing, they didn't just, it's not like these are new. These have been talked about years before I even arrived here. However, I'm taking responsibility of them now. Going to the next slide. The district has been in decline enrollment since 15-16. I actually want to take it back even further than that. When Clayton Valley Charter opened, right, we lost a whole entire high school to that. And so they don't even reference that in there, but that is an entire school of students that is now gone from the district, even before 15-16. So because student attendance drives district revenues, the associated reduction has contributed to deficit spending. However, the district's projected revenues are built on increasing and stabilized enrollment. So when we see the bright future, when we say, oh, well, kids are going to come back after we, we go away from distance learning, kids are going to come back to the district. So why don't we account for, 500 more kids coming back? This sentence is telling us we can't do that. And that's what had been happening in the past. Someone looked at this thinking, oh, let's look at this positively. Let's put this in there. They're saying, no, we can't do that. We have to use our enrollment numbers on historical trends. And our historical trends is that we are declining. Additionally, staffing ratios are not set and followed. So exactly what this means, at one school, you'll have a class with 20 kids in a class, and at another school, you'll have a class with 34 kids in a class. We're not following our ratios. Our ratios are negotiated, they're in the contract, and we're being told right here, we need to staff within our ratios. We started doing that at the beginning of this year. Additionally, we already said, is set and followed, and the district has additionally, staffing ratios are not set and followed, and the district has not adjusted staffing to compensate for the declining number of students served. So let me translate what that means. The district has not laid off staff due to declining enrollment. So again, I came in here knowing both eyes open, and I knew the hard work that needed to be done. It is the most devastating thing to lay people off. It is devastating. But we have heard time and time again with declining enrollment, we need to do layoffs, right? So, next slide. Although the multi-year projections indicate deficit spending, right? When you have a structural deficit, you deficit spend. The projection also includes significant adjustments that are not explained in detail and backed by district commitment. The district's position control is not aligned with actual payroll and budget and budget, leading to uncertainty about employee staffing numbers and compensation costs. This is a negative statement about our operations. So again, I am taking responsibility for this, and we have internal things that we have been working on, that we've been putting resources towards, and we have been working to improve. Who do we go to get the way to improve these things? FICMAC, school services, those are the folks who are helping us right the ship and fix these problems. We clearly understand this. There are several indicators that the district does not reconcile its budget and general ledger accounts, which leads to uncertainty in the standing of budget and cash. The district's financial system is not the same as the county office, its oversight agency. So the county office oversees what we do, preventing the direct and timely sharing of information to allow appropriate oversight and support. So again, we are working on fixing that. Lastly, or I think I have two more, not my words, this is FICMAC words. Employee compensation is typically the largest component of district's expenditures. Statewide employee compensation hovers around 87 to 88% of the district's money that we spend, expenditures. For Mount Diablo, compensation has been significantly higher than the state average at 93, 94%. Additionally, the costs of collective bargaining are not determined or analyzed before finalization and settling of an agreement. So let me explain what that means. If we agree to a raise, or if we're in negotiations, what this report is saying, that we did not have a common practice of sharing with the board in a public meeting what those raises would cost the board, what it would do to our budget. There was not a practice. So now this year, that's what we've been doing. Bringing those numbers forward, even though we haven't settled on a contract, what we have on the table, we're committed to that. And so therefore, we have to show and demonstrate how we're going to pay for that. And it's painful. This slide right here, this explains some of our challenges. And it's not a judgment. Just because I share this doesn't mean that I disrespect teachers and I don't value them and I don't value students. I am 100% committed to fixing this so that we can give raises and we can support our students 100%. But if we don't fix it, we're going to continue to tread water and we're not going to be able to tread for long. That's what this is telling us. And I'm committed to doing this hard work. The district administration has made multiple recommendations to reduce staffing. This is going back in years. And the governing board has taken action on most. And again, this has been going on for over 10 years. We've had a wide variety of board members. We've had at least 4 superintendents during this time, at least 2 to 3 CBOs during this time, right? So this has been going on for some time. So the district, however, largely due to lacking or incorrect information, many actions have not been implemented or maintained. Therefore, staffing was either not reduced or was reduced but reinstated. So the last time budget reductions came, there were some classes of employees that got laid off. However, within the contracts and within some of the agreements we had to bring them back. And so they weren't able to be laid off. So again, it's saying right here, we haven't been able to go through this process with fidelity over the years. More recently, as a result of questioned information, the board failed to approve some reductions recommended for the 21-22 fiscal year. So yes, we brought reductions to this board last year to deal with decline enrollment, and they were rejected. Fine. Well, we moved on, and here we are. Our problem did not go away after we rejected those. Lastly, the governing board is ultimately responsible for the district's fiscal solvency. That's our number one goal, is to make sure, and again, we all have different goals, but this board has to make sure that our doors stay open. Otherwise, we don't have a district. And I understand, we don't have a district if we don't have teachers. We don't have a district if we don't have principals. We don't have a district if we don't have classified employees. We don't have a district if we don't have students. I understand. We are all part of this together. This is all of us. Management has the responsibility of presenting sound financial information based on current and accurate data so the board can make informed decisions. The failure of the district to act decisively on accurate information may result in fiscal insolvency and the loss of local control. Let me continue. That's the end of the summary of the report. You all have access to it. It's 24 pages. I highly suggest anyone listening to this board meeting, anyone watching this, and when we send it out, I suggest you read that. And here we got our letter from our first interim budget, which is just a snapshot in time. It's just a snapshot in time in October. They look at your finances in October, and that's how we develop our first interim. So the stuff like the new COLA and all that, it wasn't there in October. So we couldn't put that in our first interim budget. But the letter that is linked there is the county office saying they've reviewed our first interim and it meets all of the standards that they expect, right? And it also says that we're deficit spending, the structural deficit again, and it says that we need to make adjustments to our budget. Essentially, you need to reduce staff. And then I have the FCMAT report in its entirety. The next thing is there's a lot of talk about one-time money, and the one-time money has really clouded our budget. It has masked this deficit that we have. We can only use one-time money on one-time things. Now, ESSER funds, GER, Governor's Resource 7420, and Coronavirus Relief Fund, we have a one-time fund fact sheet on our business website that lays out all of this, and it shows allowable expenses, what we can spend the money on, and then right under that shows exactly what we've spent that money on or what we've committed to. And it's all on that link when you click on it. You'll be able to see exactly what we have there. It's been posted for months on our website. So when we talk about transparency, since I got here, I was committed to being transparent. School board agendas and action summaries are posted on time. Our agendas are always posted within the meeting time regulations. We have to post them 72 hours before our meeting. They're always posted on time. And then after our meeting, there's an action summary that talks about all the board actions. Every single week, we produce an organizational update that gives an update from every single department in the district office and beyond. And that is embedded in the Friday letter that goes out not just to the board, like in most districts, but it goes out to the entire community. And those are all posted on our website and all archived, so you can go back and you can see as we're identifying strengths, weaknesses, and challenges. Next, if you go to our business department webpage and our budget advisory committee, all this information that I talked about is on there. All the FCMAT reports, all the county letters, all of our budgets, all the ESSER funds, what they're being used for. Videos that break down our budgets, because school budgets are very confusing. We have videos on there. Next, and again, I put on there CCO budget letters and external reports. External reports are on there. Nothing is hidden. We also provide our community with bargaining updates. We have a whole web page dedicated to that. Yes, the community needs to know if there is talk that there could possibly be a strike coming, we are definitely going to inform our community of that. Our parents are going to have to make adjustments to what they're going to do with their kids over that period. So yeah, we're going to update our families and the community on the status of our budget negotiations. And we have that completely transparent on the front page of our website. Secondly, and I'm getting ready to wrap this up, the first interim, second interim, the annual budget, the ending fund balance, and 45-day revise have all come to this board in a public meeting that has been agendized and made public for everyone to see. And then lastly, yes, as superintendent, I send out direct communications to everybody. I did not want anybody on this reductions list to watch this meeting and see their job come up. So I emailed it out to the entire district. And unfortunately, I understand, people aren't happy with me. You know, we have a saying, be hard on the message and soft on the messenger, but that's fine. I can deal with it. But again, I am trying to give this board the information that they need to make sound business decisions so that our doors remain open. That concludes my report. All of this is available to the public, and it can be tested against any sort of school finance, industry standards, which we strive to follow. And I understand that these conversations are difficult, but my responsibility is to the students of this district. And that is where my responsibilities always lie, is making sure that our students are taken care of. So with that, I don't know if there's any questions. I know you guys have seen all of this before, but if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer any of those questions.
I think we have a couple public comments. Is that correct? Liz Herring.
Hello, before I get started, can I just suggest that 18.5 be moved so that the people here can speak, particularly children?
Thank you.
Yeah, just, it seems fair. Otherwise I would have spoken a public comment in the beginning. So I am a teacher, and as a teacher, I feel like part of my job is helping kids understand things that are confusing. I help them explore things that are challenging to them. I try to make it so that they can understand complex ideas. Basically, my job is to make it make sense, right? Now, I am asking the board, I'm asking the superintendent, I'm asking any administrators who are involved with bargaining to make a few things make sense for me. The first, every high school in this district has a mission statement that includes language about preparing students for college and career. That's part of our job, and that's our mission at high school. And when you eliminate someone who is in charge of college and career guidance, that completely goes against the mission statement of all of the high schools in the district. The next thing, state standards require that every 785 students have a librarian. That is not the case in this district, that's for sure. Additionally, eliminating librarians and libraries from schools, particularly secondary schools, is incredibly damaging. There are countless studies that directly connect student success with access to a full-time library and a full-time librarian. I started as a librarian in December of 2021. I have been working tirelessly at the Mount Diablo High School Library with community volunteers to get it into a place where kids want to go, where they can benefit from, and they actually feel safe and comfortable. I have made it look like a cafe. It's beautiful. And the thought of eliminating librarians and eliminating this beautiful space that was packed with students today breaks my heart. And I really hope that you can find funding elsewhere or cut funding elsewhere that doesn't directly impact the students in this district. I have been teaching for 10 years. I have a bachelor's degree. I have 75 post-grad credits, although I only get 60 counted because 8 of my units were refused to be accepted. And I have 10 years of experience, if I didn't say that already. My salary in this district falls below the poverty line for this county, below. And even it kind of borders on low income to very low income. That's heartbreaking. I live in a tiny 1-bedroom back house. I can't afford a house. I can't afford 2 bedrooms. It's just me. Equity has been a focus in this district all year long. These cuts threaten the equity that we are trying so desperately to achieve for our students. Finally, I have a nephew named Cole. He's 7. When he was about 5 or 6, I was teaching him something very complex. And what he said to me was, "That don't make no sense." I gotta be honest with you. I hear Cole every time I read about these cuts, every time I read that we're going to pull resources away from kids, because that don't make no sense.
Oh, yeah,
Are these related to the superintendent's report?
that's what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Cora Mitchell?
Hello again. I just want to say that I'm very sympathetic towards the financial constraints that the district finds itself in. But again, I'm here to speak for my children, and I want to know what benefit I can tell them that is going to come from these cuts. What benefit for them is there to balance a budget? There really isn't any, ultimately. If it's just to keep the doors open, reducing education to simply being a daycare, because that's really all it is. Am I going to be allotted extra time? Like, are you going to shorten the day so I can pick my kids up to supplement for things like music and art and all the other things that are going to be cut as a result of balancing the budget? What is the result of this for my children? Because we hear so much about the budget. We hear so much about the district. We hear so much about keeping the doors open. Who cares about keeping the doors open if all they're going to be doing is sitting there? That's not an education. That isn't excellence in education. It certainly isn't equity when you're busing kids in from Bay Point just to sit them in an open room and say, I kept the doors open. What's the end result? That's not an education. So if you cannot function as an educational district with the constraints that you have, I've never been a proponent of this, but maybe it's time to split the district. I'm sorry, but it is irresponsible what you're putting on these children. The burden is on the children, and they're not going to see it today. They're going to see it in 10 years. When my kid goes to apply for college, who's in 1st grade right now, if I keep him in this district, what is he really going to be able to compete with kids who are applying from Danville? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So please think about what you're doing. Keeping the doors open should not be the be all and end all when you're talking about an education. It should be the actual education. So please take this back, really think about what we're doing here. Thank you.
So my understanding of what we're doing here is not just keeping the doors open. That's the essential first step. Yes, we must keep the doors open, right? And then within the financial means that we have, we need to create the best education that we can. And that's a balancing act, right? If we want to increase compensation for all of our staff, which we absolutely believe needs to happen, we have to find that money somewhere within a finite amount of funds. So we as a board have been prioritizing and carefully looking at any kind of possible place where we could cut money from one place to be able to afford something in another place, right? Those are our only choices. Our other choice is to try to pass a local parcel tax, which, hey, I would campaign for that, but that's not on the table right now. I know many of us campaigned for additional state funding, which also recently failed, right? Our neighboring school districts, many of them are closing schools. That's another way that we could provide more services in a smaller place with fewer staff who are paid more, would be to close schools. We don't want to go there, right? But many of our fellow colleagues are closing schools right now this week in their school districts. So this is something that is beyond Mount Diablo School District. It's California schools as a much bigger picture, and the public schools of the United States. So when I hear people ask us to find money magically and just not believe the numbers that were being given by not only our superintendent and CBO, but by 5 other financial experts from the county and state level, we're being told, don't believe those numbers, don't make any cuts, and find magically millions of dollars for a raise. I don't know how we can do that. We have to use the data in front of us, and I want to appreciate Dr. Clark, you, for what you've done since you've come to this district. It's been a world of change, because when I first came to this district, we weren't getting this kind of information. We weren't getting an organizational update as a board, let alone a community. We weren't getting financial numbers from experts at the county and state level. We weren't getting information from FCMAT around how to reorganize our entire M&O department, which we had been hearing about for years, that the groundskeepers can't keep up, but we didn't quite understand why. Now we have an outside expert who has shown us exactly where we need to invest and increase our staffing in very certain specific spaces. And that's something we need to work on. So I want to appreciate you, Dr. Clark, for bringing in experts to be able to work with us as a board, and being transparent with the community the entire time. And I think we need to take the data that we have and continue to make the hard decisions. But for people to continue to tell us that we don't care about teachers or we don't care about kids, look at us up here. How many of us are parents in the school district, grandparents, teachers, right? So we are not some scary people that are out to get you, right? We're here to make the best decisions that we can for the whole community, for our students, for our parents, for our teachers, and for our staff. And we're working like crazy to try to make that happen. Okay, so let's look at the data that we actually have. Let's trust our superintendent, who has experience. He's also, by the way, not the bad guy, right? He's been an elementary school teacher, a middle school teacher, a high school teacher. He's got experience at all levels of districts, all different types of districts, and we are lucky to have him. Let's not run him off, all right? Let's work with him. Let's work with the data and the experts that he's bringing in and make the best decisions that we can. I don't want to make any of the cuts on here, but I'm willing to be able to give our teachers and staff the raises they deserve. What do you want me to do? Thank you.
We'll be talking about that shortly, but right now we're going to do our consent agenda. So items on the consent agenda are adopted as a whole. Board members or members of the public can pull items. And do we have a public comment on this agenda? On the consent agenda? Okay, so we will pull 15.2 and 15.3. Any others? Well, we should be there in a minute if we can get through the consent agenda. And 15.5. Okay. Okay, both of those. So I've got 15.2, 15.3, 15.4, 15.5. Any others? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we pass the consent agenda excluding 15.1 through 5, or 2 through 15.2, 3, 4, and 5.
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And that passes 5 plus 1. So 15.2. Dan Reynolds.
Hello again. Item 15.2 on the consent agenda is potential approval of recommended actions for certificated personnel. This is retirements, resignations, leaves of absences, and new hires and the like. 60% of the way through this school year, you have more than 50 certificated vacancies. I would ask the board to consider why 60% of the way through a school year, you can't fill all your positions. And then I would ask you to consider these people who you're hiring tonight, the people who you do hire or approve retirements, resignations, leaves of absence, et cetera, to consider, okay, who are the people who we are hiring? How are we attracting and retaining them? How are we valuing what they do for the students of our community? And what are you going to do as a board to ensure that a year from now, you don't have another 50 certificated vacancies at this point in the year? Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any board comments or questions, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move the board approve
16.1.
16.1, thank you. The recommended action for certificated personnel.
Thank you.
A second.
Thank you. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And that passes 5 plus 1. 16.3 or to 16.2, review and potential approval of recommended action for classified personnel. Mr. Reynolds?
Hello again. This item, similar to the one that you just approved, but for classified personnel. So all of the things I just said, but also the number for classified personnel and the vacancies at this point in the year isn't 50, it's more than 100. At this point in the year, more than 60% of the way through a school year, you have more than 100 classified vacancies. What are you going to do so that a year from now, you don't have 100 classified vacancies 60% of the way through the school year? You tried some things this year to attract classified employees. Several different units, you offered hiring bonuses, and yet still 60% of the way through the school year, you have more than 100 vacancies. Please consider that you have not yet achieved the goal of making this district enough a place where people want to work that you can start a year without vacancies. Or go 10% of that year, or 20, or 30, or 40, or 50, or 60% of the way through a school year and be able to employ the people our children need working with them throughout their school day. Do what is necessary to make this district a district that can attract and retain employees so that you don't have 150 vacancies 60% of the way through a school year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I just want to make a comment to the board is that, I think that I would be remiss if I didn't stand up for some of our employees who've had to leave for reasons. We are in a global pandemic, and there have been extreme hardships on individuals who've had to leave their jobs to go and take care of loved ones and things of that nature, people who've had to leave the area. So to summarize that all of our certificated and classified people have left because of there not being a raise, I think that's doing a disservice to many of the families out there that have had insinuating circumstances that led them to leave the work that they love doing. So not saying that everyone is in that boat, but I think that we just need to pay respects to those who have gone through extreme hardships during this last 2 years. It's been difficult on every organization in hiring. We can go down the list of every organization. You can't even go get coffee anymore because they close halfway through the day because of not being able to hire people. Same with police, same with fire, same with every district. Every single district in Contra Costa County and throughout the state is facing this. And so I just want to pay respects to those who have had to leave for pandemic reasons. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Okay.
On that note, Madam President, I move to approve the recommended action for classified personnel.
I second.
Trustee Fowler,
Yes.
and that passes 5+1. Okay, now which has become 16.3. Trustee McFerrin? No problem.
I'm just familiar with CATA, but I have a question about the funding.
Okay.
I'm just curious, are these funds that the school already has, or are they requesting them from the district? It looks like one might be coming from an ASB fund, but I'm not sure.
It looks like they have Title I funds that are helping pay for this conference. It says Title I is the funding source. So yeah, so it's district funded. I'm looking at the correct one. 16.3, potential approval
Yeah.
for staff members.
I think there's two, they're going the same place, but I think there's different funding sources for each one. I think one was Title I, I think the other might have been fundraising, but we can deal with that one on the next one.
Don't
Yes.
schools get to, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Do schools get to decide how to spend their Title I
Yes.
funding, right? That's
We have site council.
I
right,
would assume it's the site council at the school, yes,
right.
using the Title I funds.
Okay, so she got her question answered. Is that good? Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 4 staff members from Ignacio Valley High School to attend the 2022 annual CADA convention. CADA, sorry.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And that passes 5+1. And then what would be 16.4? I imagine we're still looking at the funding source, or is there another question?
That's my question.
Same one?
Yeah,
That was a donation on that one.
yeah, the next one looks like it came out of a donation
Yep.
account.
Very good.
then I'll move to approve the request to attend the 2022 CATA Annual Convention in Reno, Nevada.
Thank you.
Second.
Trustee Fowler,
Yes.
while we're waiting for the vote, I will just say I was encouraged to see the look, people were looking for healthy ways to get there, safe travel. So that made me happy. All righty, that takes us to 18.4. Review and potential approval of amendment to program tenants for Monte Gardens Elementary and Sequoia Elementary Schools. Dr. Clark.
Yeah, so I don't know if we have kids here for that one or if we have kids here for the next one. So
I think the next one.
Okay. So, so again, we bring this to the board because in the process of updating our policies, and as the board knows, we have our entire, every single board policy that we have sent in to the California School Boards Association to update all of our policies. Part of the challenges in our district is that we have practices and policies that are outdated to the current times. And so as a district, as we need to make sure that we can appropriately enroll our classes and work on staffing ratios, we have to make sure that we have that ability to do that. And so in looking at that, this tenant came up and, you know, we've researched it. I know it's come before this board before in the past. And so, so we are looking to update our practices, policies and procedures and bring them up to date. And the majority of the reasons that the tenants were put together are out of date and aren't applicable anymore. This is nothing against those schools. Those schools are just like every other school that we have in the district. We hold them in high value. They do great things for kids and they're great places for people to work and they're great places for parents to send their students. There's some special choice school exceptions that need to be made for these schools. And I would suggest that, you know, we go through a process where we update those to reflect current situations and make sure that when we do that, that we're doing that with an equity lens and that we're ensuring that if we do have great programs, that all kids have access to that. However, that's not what we're here to talk about this evening. What we want to talk about specifically is voiding out this tenant, creating new ones, keeping things as they are, but giving the district the opportunity to appropriately staff on a needs basis to meet the needs of every student in those particular schools.
All right, we have some public comment, so we will hear that, and then we will have board questions and comments. John Fay, who allows us to use his multi-use room.
I'm sorry, got right in here.
I said, who allows us to use his multi-use room.
President Mason, board members, Dr. Clark, thank you for being with us this evening. My concern about this particular motion is, or what I'm reading, is that there's some conflicting information with regards to the information that's being shared versus what the motion says. And so, and what I keep hearing from people is about that this motion is about staffing and class sizes. And yet the motion and the description talks about no longer formally recognizing any of the associated tenants. I have a problem. We have a problem with blowing or having a nuclear response to something that might be a single issue that I keep hearing that this might be about. I also have a concern that our communities have not been engaged on this topic. We have a mechanism in place that allows for our school site council and Dr. Clark's cabinet to meet together and jointly make these decisions. We have no problem in having this discussion about how to properly staff our school. We have no problems with having a discussion about combo classes, because I know that hasn't come up, the actual words haven't come up, but that's what this is really about. We have no problems in engaging in conversation and having a decision that's best for everybody with and being equitable. No one has engaged us. I don't see any specific language about any tenant whatsoever in this motion or in this information. I think the public deserves, and you as board members deserve, to see exactly what you're voting on in order to make that informed decision. Otherwise, what could be interpreted with this decision might be an absolute implosion of the things that you created, that this board, but not you specifically, but this board created back in 1983, which was a choice status school for Monty Gardens. And that is one of the tenants. And if we're talking about all the tenants, then that's something that it's a big difference. It's a big change. And I think that, and without seeing any language that's specific to what it is that you're voting on, I don't think that this is a responsible decision.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a question of Principal Fay?
Yeah.
Principal, can I ask you a question? When the state is recognizing choice schools, do they still use these tenants in terms of their definition of your school? My understanding was that International Baccalaureate was an effort to be able to be recognized by the state continually as a choice school, because this was no longer recognized as the back to basics was not something that could be recognized by the state, and they would lose their choice status.
And I don't necessarily know that it is not recognized by the state. I don't have that. I do know that International Baccalaureate is. But I guess what I'm saying is that there's already a mechanism in place that doesn't require a board vote on any tenant to have those adjusted, and they have been adjusted. The ones that you have are back from 1983, but those have changed. That used to be, if you look at the admission policy, it used to be first come, first serve. That was found to be inequitable.
So do you have a more updated version of this document?
We have them posted on in our parent manual, and it's on our website.
Okay. And in that version, does it say anything about combination classes?
Yes, because that
What does
tenant
it-
was because that part of the tenant was never adjusted.
And what does it say?
It says there will be no combo classes. But I think one of the things that we also, to address that too, is that when you made us a choice school, you gave us the ability to staff or to fill our classes to whatever level that you want. You tell us the number, that's the number that's going to be there. There really isn't the need to have the conversation about combo classes. We're okay with not having combo classes. You just tell us what the number is that you want, and we're going to fill those classes up from our wait list of 120 families that are waiting to get on our school for each grade level. We'll do it. But it requires the conversation that hasn't happened. And that's the piece that I'm trying to encourage us to get back to, which is making these changes with our community and not making these changes about. We are being viewed as the enemy. We're being posted as well, I've heard comments. We'll deal with that. We'll deal with them in that policy. We're not the enemy. We want to work with everybody. We want to make the changes that are going to be necessary in order to fit what it is today. We want to have those conversations, but we want to do them in a thoughtful way, and we want to do them together. That's what we're asking.
Is your school full at the moment, all of your classes at all of your grade levels?
No, we tried. We did our best this year. But what happened was we filled them up with people that committed to us. And then when August came around, they moved. They were, and we, because of an Office of Civil Rights complaint back in 2016, myself, Margie Kalbeck, as well as Dr. Stuckey Smith, have been very, very careful to try and fill our classes up to a point while we still maintain the ability to let those families that move into our neighborhood still have room. And if that needs to change, we will change it. We'll fill them up even more if we need to. But we've tried to be thoughtful about that because of that complaint that happened and the resolution to that. And basically, in a nutshell, it was a family that moved into our neighborhood that was told they couldn't go to our school. And so that was sort of the impetus of it. So point being is that we've been trying to be thoughtful to our community, trying to keep you guys out of the newspapers, and out of courts and out of the Office of Civil Rights. But at the same time, we still have the mechanism in place that we can still make those changes and make those adjustments to where it needs to be in order for us to do what we need to do. So we are always prepared. We have the wait list and people ready to call and make those offers. This last year, coming out of hybrid learning and then back into in-person learning and not knowing if it was going to be safe, we had a lot of families that at the last minute turned us down. So no, to answer the question, we are not full right now, but our intent is by the end of April, we will have up to, well, my target was 28 for K or for first, second, and third. But if that needs to be bigger, then we're happy to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Alaka Frolic? Rolaka? You'll, got it. Okay.
Hello and good evening. Although there is a lack of transparency on the agenda posted on MDOSD for line item 18.4, I have also heard that it is intended to focus on the existing tenants not allowing for combination classes. I do not personally have any objection to combo classes as I've looked at the data and there is no significant learning discrepancies between combo classes and their alternative. But with that in mind, here's an experience that is a direct result of how the district utilizes combo classes to save district dollars. My son was entering second grade at his elementary school. At the time, that was not Monty Gardens. And they were told due to projected numbers that a teaching position had to be eliminated only weeks before the school year started. My son's grade was one of those affected. He started the school year in a classroom that had a student count that exceeded the number allowed. The teacher was so overextended, she did not see my son was bullied in the classroom. He was not the only one. For the first time in his educational experience, he begged me not to send him to school every morning. The day where the children are allowed to be reassigned as needed came and went. And then after an outreach, the district was told the school they had found additional funds for another dedicated second grade teacher. He was reassigned to that class where the teacher was reinstated. That meant he really started second grade twice. He returned to being the child I know, racing out the door to get to school early, and returning to me from the classroom with a grin on his face. The combo class model did not enrich his education that year. It was unfair to the teacher, and it wasn't fair to all the students. The tenants at Monty Gardens and Sequoia Elementary exist with intent to guard these choice schools from the ebbs and flows of MDUSD, which may or may not know how these schools do what they do so well, yet reflect positively on MDUSD. Removing any of the tenants creates a crack that can all too easily extend and fragment over time, disrupting and potentially even breaking the school structure that lends itself to the success and thriving communities of both these schools. I reviewed the proposal for budget cuts in 2022 to 2025. Our response to increasing loss in students. I recognize the difficult position the board is in at this time, but this is not the answer. Breaking the tenants that are the very foundation of these schools threatens their success. If these schools cannot do what they have to do, what they offer is lost, more students are sure to be lost also. I ask that you vote no on this subject tonight. And if it moves forward still, I ask you vote no to amending the tenets of these schools. I will leave you with the wisdom offered in this old adage that rings true for our district choice schools today. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Reynolds.
Hello. I speak to you now as a parent of two students who attended Monty Gardens Elementary School, including one who is still there as a fifth grader. Sharice, yes, the current program meets the Ed Code and state requirements for a choice program. Monty Gardens Elementary School for years has had a wait list, and enrollment has not been an issue. Further, Numerous times in the 8 years that I have been a parent of a Monty Gardens student, there have been opportunities for the parents of Monty Gardens to engage in these conversations, including several years ago when the site council met and deliberated with district level administrators about the combo class issue. What you are doing, what you are being asked to do with this agenda item tonight is not transparent. The wording of the agenda item is not transparent. Are you addressing combos and class sizes or all of the tenants at these two schools? The item is unclear. That is, you are failing to be transparent. That is what unclear means. The agenda item does not include any attachments. That is not transparent. You are being asked to discuss and vote on it without being shown the tenants the district admin is trying to get you to erase. You are being asked to, quote, amend older policies and practices, end quote. What policies and why aren't they there? Why can't we see them? What practices and why aren't they there? And why can't we see them? Why isn't district admin willing to say and to show by attaching them to this item so you can see it and we can see it? The agenda item published as info and action rushing you to a vote is not transparent. You are being rushed outside what is your near universal process of bringing an item once before the board for discussion and then back at a future meeting for a vote. Why the rush? That's not transparent. This item has been placed before you without any engagement with the parents. That is not transparent. Nothing was brought to the Diablo Basics Parent Committee, the DBPC. That is not transparent. Nothing was brought to our school site council. That is not transparent. If you want to have conversations about what curricular approaches are best for students, let's do that. Please engage us as the parents of students at Monty Gardens Elementary School. If you want to have a conversation about equity and pursuing equitable outcomes for our students, please engage us as parents of students at Monty Gardens Elementary School. If you want to talk about Monty Gardens as a choice program or the concept of choice schools and their impact on schooling outcomes for students, let's please have that conversation. Please engage us as the parents of students at Monty Gardens. Trustee Mayo, in your comments about PTA, you said parents, teachers, and educators help our children when they work together. That has not happened. Please do not vote on this because what is happening is not transparent. It is not clear. You have not engaged. We are ready. I am a parent. I have been on the site council. I would love to participate in those conversations. You heard the principal say the same thing. Don't do this. It's not transparent.
Frank Chan. Frank?
I'm a network engineer at BARC, and I also have kids to go to Monty Garden. So we come here 8 years ago. I look around Concord. So this is the only place I would prefer. So, and then also I heard the advantage can go to Sequoia for contract. So I think this is good, but I hope by the time I don't have a kid yet. So by the time my kid need to go to middle school, I wish I don't need to use the advantage. So, but 8 years passed by. I look at the school rating, doesn't have any significant improve. So, and then now I hear this just here a few minutes ago, a few days ago, and this happened and gonna be passing the action. So I think the district need to go to different direction and prove the school performance. The more people go to better school, not bring down the people of you, bring down the people who go to same low school. I mean, this is a better way. I mean, I heard you say you lose this subscription. If your school district is good, you have more subscription. I think that the district should hit the good direction instead. Break down this good school, the best school in Concord. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. First, I want to say that we're not under any obligation to vote on this tonight. I got a lot of emails. I've tried to answer every email I got. One of the things that was a trend throughout them is the parents and the school works together so closely, and that's why your school is a success, which I totally believe. But I believe that can happen at any school where the parents and the schools work together to be a success. I personally feel that every school in Mount Diablo is a choice school. It so happens that my best friend, her daughter went here. She lived in Concord. She sent her here at the same time my daughter was going to school in Rio Vista. And we used to laugh at it being a back to basics because they were doing the exact same things. They went on and excelled equally. In Mount Diablo, my understanding, if it hasn't changed, is you can ask to go to any school. And if there's room for you to go there and you're willing to get your kids there, that's where your kids go to school. My tenet is everything we do should be back to basics or choice or whatever name you want to put on it. But everybody should get the option to get the same education, whether you live in Walnut Creek, Bay Point, Concord, Martinez, wherever. We should be offering the same things. I don't think we're trying to take anything away from you. The other thing that is challenging to me is we often have people stand here and tell us, you're the board, it's your job, you take control, you do it. And all we do is raise a question of looking at some tenets and we get this pushback, how dare you? This is our school. Why are you trying to do this to us? We're not trying to do anything to you. We're trying to work together. For me, the issue, and people, what's with the money? Part of it is the fact that, is it fair to say one school gets this amount of kids in the room and another school gets another amount? Your principal addressed some of that. I would like to have a little bit more information, have a little bit more conversation. I think we can vote, if I'm not mistaken, at the next meeting on this and still be okay. It is partly a budget issue, but it isn't only a budget issue. Should all be together in the same boat, wanting the same thing. I want the same thing for Monty Gardens that I want for Rio Vista, that I want for Bella Verde, that I want for any school in our district. So that's my perspective on this. And it is not to downgrade your school or to accuse you. And I don't know where, I'm sorry if there's negative comments being made. I've never heard anything negative said about Monty Gardens. So that's my comments. Other board comments, I'd be happy to hear them at this time. You may go.
I agree with everything you said, and oh my gosh, this bug is killing me. Sorry.
Bug is annoying you?
It just keeps coming and
It's
I
a
keep
dull one.
avoiding it. Sorry. We did get a lot of emails. I am the biggest proponent of civic engagement, so thank you. I would invite the folks who sent the emails, the tone of the emails was such, I would invite this school community to reflect on itself and reflect on equity and anti-racism, because many of the emails, I will be frank, reeked of elitism, and we are better than the rest of the district. We need to protect ourselves, which I can understand. I'm a parent with a child in this district, and I want the very best for her, but I do not want it at the expense of other students. I want us all to have the best, which is what I think you were saying, but the tone of the emails, which many were almost exactly the same, were just such that we are the cream de la cream of Mount Diablo. How dare you? And without any regard to the rest of our district. I have Mr. Principal, I'm so sorry that Mr. Fay, like everything you said, none of that to me is wrong. Like the lack of parent engagement or not having anything on any attachments. I hear you, and there is, and I completely agree. But the tone with which you are arguing for your schools is just not cool to me. And as I replied to many of the emails today, this is part of what I meant. And on this item and 18.5, I will come at this with a very strong anti-racist lens and equity lens, which isn't going to be easy. None of this is easy for any of us. I got the floor. To what Trustee Khan said earlier, like I don't think you realize we're people. We're a student, a grandmother and former mother of a student, a mother of a student, another mother of former students, a former teacher in our district, and a mother of a current student as well. We have such empathy for everything we hear, but then sometimes what you say to us makes it seem like I am the most evil piece of crap on this earth. And I am not, because I am working very hard to get everyone what they need. Sometimes that means everyone doesn't get what they want. I told Dr. Clark earlier today, when someone asked me, why are you scared to run for this position? It's because I didn't want to have to be here doing this, what we have to do today and over the next few meetings. This is hard. This is not easy. We are not sitting here saying, we want to destroy your school. We absolutely want to take away everything from every child. My child will suffer too. Sharice's child will suffer too. So I am getting emotional and I'm sorry for that. It's probably the other thing I want to address, not sorry. Someone said way earlier that what we're doing is for political gain. I really wish, this is not political gain. I ran for office, so that automatically makes me a politician. But what it makes me is that I was willing and desired so much to make a difference. And in the year that I've been here, it's been the toughest year of my life. As it's been the toughest 2 years for everybody, I have no doubt. But I am here to try and do the best and make it the least painful for everyone. But there is no doubt it's going to be painful. Back to this topic, I totally agree. We should, 1, engage with the community, 2, add the understanding and transparency, but 3, equity should be the forefront and anti-racism. And please reflect on yourselves, the language that is used when you email us about this topic and specifically, because it makes me honestly not want to do what is best, because it's just, it was awful. I'm just going to tell you that.
Other comments? No,
No, we
I'm
can't do
sorry.
that. We can't do that.
I appreciate
No, to the
having the
board.
public comments
Thank
over with. Okay, so if there's
I
no
think-
other
Mr.
board
Alvarado,
comments.
do you have something?
Oh,
May I suggest that
Yes,
the
sir.
board take formal action to table the matter if that's what it intends to do?
Yep.
Madam President, I move that we table this issue for a future meeting.
Okay,
I second.
we have a motion to table, a second. Trustee Fowler,
Yes.
can we do this electronically? Yeah, okay.
Can I make a comment before you guys go
Yes,
on?
sir.
So first of all, I just want to just say, we're working with a document from 1983. And we had the principal just come and say
Mhm.
that they created a new document. I don't know about this new document. And I don't know that Sequoia has this new document. And, unfortunately, we are getting ready to issue layoff notices to individuals. And we need information to be able to accurately issue those layoff notices. Our hope is that no one's going to be laid off because of retirements and because of people leaving for greener pastures or moving out of state and all those types of things that we don't actually have to lay anybody off. But we do need information. And I do want to remind this board, you are the Board of Education, and we hear that all the time. And I'm glad you brought that up, that, people are telling us, you fix it. It's not our problem, you fix it. And this board makes decisions about all students in this district. And again, we want to have partnerships with our parents. We value our parents. We want partnerships, but ultimately you all are responsible, and myself, for every kid in this district. And so I just want to say the 1983 document that we have shared is outdated, and it is not accurate. again, we are not looking to change the schools, although that could be a whole different conversation that we're not looking to have, but it's fine. We're not interested in that. But we are interested in making the decisions about staffing and about enrollment numbers that ultimately affect the work that this board has to do. So although I'm in favor of again bringing it back and getting more information, but again, to sit down and to negotiate this, and I'm about negotiate it out, to sit down and negotiate this whole every aspect of this. We don't have the bandwidth to do that. Our negotiations are in negotiations all the time. So we'll bring it back. We'll post all the information. I would like to see a copy of this document that is on the website that these parents and principal or teachers, whoever created it, students, I'd like to see that. And I'd like to compare it to what is over at Sequoia. And if they are IB schools or whatnot, if that's the intent, then fine, let's support that. Let's support it being a choice school. Let's do all that. But ultimately, the decision rests with the board and the superintendent. And again, we don't want to dismantle these schools or whatnot, but we do hold the right to make staffing and enrollment choices throughout the district. So I just want to say that, and I will get all the necessary documents and post them and put them out there, and we'll bring this item back.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you for that clarification, because I think that was what a number of the emails that we received were. They thought maybe we're trying to close the school or make it completely a not choice school at all, make it a neighborhood school. I don't think that was the intent. That's not how I read it. The way that I read it was the part that said specifically in regards to class size levels and combination classes. So that was what I thought the intent was. And so it's good to hear from you to clarify for the public that is the intent. So there's not anyone here, I don't think, trying to have a bigger conversation about the rest of what's going on at these schools.
I don't need to negotiate the day schedule that takes place at this school. They run it just fine. They don't need me meddling in that.
So no one's trying to change the transfer rights or any of that.
Not trying to change that.
Yeah.
But we have an outdated. My whole point is we have an outdated document that the Board of Education and the superintendent assume that we're following. However, they've created a whole separate document that we don't know. And again, I have no problem with that new document. However, it shouldn't say there's no combo classes and there's no, and whatnot. We can't assign as needed. And they already said the school's not full. So I mean, I have an issue with that, but I'll leave that for another time. I'll deal with that later. But again,
so the specific details that will be coming back to us have to do with
I will put a specific recommendation.
These schools, combination classes and class size.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. But I will stick to the point that the 1983 document is outdated and it needs to be updated.
And an understanding of what document is going to the state is something that I would be interested in understanding, because I never understood why these two schools were the ones that became IB elementary schools when they're not in the feeder pattern of the IB middle or high school. So if IB is not actually needed to replace the back to basics, that's what I thought my understanding was historically of that, then perhaps we should on a different topic, not related to this, discuss moving IB to a different location, because I don't think it really makes sense to have IB outside of the feeder pattern of the other IB schools.
Okay, moving on. Oh, do we have to vote did we vote to table yet? No, we didn't.
No, I stopped you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We can do it now.
But did you get who made I made the motion?
She got it.
Got the second. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we officially voted to table that to the next meeting. And now we are on to 18.5, review of anticipated reductions to maintain a positive budget certification. We have a speaker. Do you want to go first? Dr. Clark?
No, we'll let the speakers go. If we got young people here who want to
Karen
talk and whatnot.
Doig?
Good evening, MDUSD board members and Dr. Clark. My name is Karen Doig, and I am the office manager at Diablo Community Day School. First, I want to state that I stand in solidarity with my union brothers and sisters. But I am here today to talk to you about something else: the closing of Diablo Community Day School. The savings of the $500K plus per year is not much in the grand scheme of things. There are only a few of you that have even visited Diablo Day before. I do not believe that you can make an educated decision about closing us without knowing about us first. First, our school has been in the school district for 23 years. Did you know that? Diablo Day is a school for 7th to 12th graders that provides a structured learning environment for students who have not had successful school experiences in the areas of attendance, behavior, or academic achievement. In other words, the ones that get in trouble. Whether it's fighting, drugs, or even gang problems, these students are human beings first. A son, a daughter, a sister, or a brother. They are the ones that get bullied and they reach their breaking point. They are the ones that have absent parents or violence in their homes. In other words, at risk, socially disadvantaged, homeless, or foster homes. I want everyone to know that we welcome these students, we make them feel safe, and we are the one constant in their life. They know that they can count on us to not let them down. Unlike everyone else in their life, we provide more than an education, and we do not give up on them. We are a family. Last year, we had 3 students graduate. This year, we are planning on 5 graduating from our school. Students that were readmitted to a comprehensive school graduated because of us. There are 5 of them that I still keep in contact with. Since then, they have gainful employment and are successful young adults. Another one was given a scholarship and is currently attending school while working a full-time job. Lastly, do you want your child to go to the county school? Thank you.
Is it Ulysses Quintero? Did I get that right? Or close?
Good evening, everyone. I'm a former student and former employee of Diablo Community Day School, and I was sent there in 2015. And not only did it change my life, it saved my life. I grew up in Concord and Bay Point, and like many of my peers, I was influenced by what went around me, and that led to my expulsion. And now I'm thankful for that because of people like Karen Doig, Monica Gaines, William Becker, and Brian McLean that gave me that example and one-on-one attention that I needed that I didn't know. Academically, I didn't have trouble, but I didn't care to try in school because I felt like I didn't matter, you know? And I worked there from 2018 to November of last year. And I saw a lot of changes in the kids, and what motivated me was I saw myself in every single one of those kids. And I saw my mom and a lot of their moms. And I could tell you standing here today that that school is one of the most important schools in the district, because it's like a net that catches the kids that are falling through the cracks that a lot of people don't notice. And before I left Diablo Day, I tried to work around it. So I was actually working 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. to sustain myself because it was only part-time at Diablo Day. And the very last day of my employment, I spent taking one of our students and his friends to a funeral for a previous student. And I could tell you that these people care the most about those kids because they're worth gold to us, you know? We like to see them succeed. And I think that closing Diablo Day is a big mistake. So I invite you guys to stop by, meet some of the kids, and see what you guys see, you know? That's it.
Thank you. Debbie Hickey?
Thank you, board members. I've gone along in a whole bunch of different ways. I had a big spill and then I got reprimanded, felt like I was slapped in the face, and I got done here. But still, I have been the longest parent and employee that I remember in this district. I moved here when my child was 6 years old and he went to Pleasant Hill. I've been in this district for 41 years. I've been at the school district for 28, and I would be able to retire if 11 years ago I hadn't had my hours cut because of somebody who decided that they needed to cut $2 million and took it out on the clerical. Okay. But because and yes, I'm sorry, I had 2 jobs here and for Southwest, I said, please don't cut those secretaries. Give me a chance to give them some time so they don't have to lose their jobs. Guess what? That was a mistake because we were lied to then and we're lied to now. You were told that it wouldn't affect our retirement. Guess what? I'm standing here with 29 years at this district, but I only got 24 years of credit. I begged some of you because I busted my butt to get to every single one of you who were on the board 11 years ago for 4 years to get those hours back. 4 years. When I finally got them back, this board decided they would, by the way, I've been through those 4 superintendents, been through every single thing that's happened here. The pay never went to us. The pay went to the superintendent, which, by the way, you gave $400,000 to, sent her somewhere else, got another superintendent, paid him off, sent him somewhere else. And I, in this 11 years, so that you can see when you cut me, my father died, my mother died a year later, then my house burnt down, and my brother died in the past 5 years. And I've never had a raise, ever. I got a divorce, and I'm single, and I'm taking care of my aunt. So you want to tell me how your life's affected? Talk about our lives. Talk about how much we have to put up with, where we get to feed our family. And yes, I am a grandmother, and I have 3 sons that went through every single one of these schools. And yes, they went to Sequoia, back to basics, but I busted my butt to make sure they had a great education. Am I standing here now because I have one of my sons who's making 6 figures that can help me? If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. But now that I've told you that, I hope that you will consider the fact that when we have that 7 years, that every time you've never paid us, you've only increased the board and the cabinet and their funding. So maybe that's where you should cut first.
Billy Becker?
Oh, there we go.
Sorry about that. I got a little distracted. Hello, board members and Dr. Clark. My name is Billy Becker, and I am a teacher at Diablo Community Day School and have been so for 23 years, since the first day it started up till today. Ulysses Quintero just went. He's a student of ours. I have to say, in addition to anything that I might say or Karen says, Ulysses' presence here basically says it all. Ulysses was a student. Ulysses has some issues. We worked everything out. Ulysses then grew and became a coworker. It was pretty awesome. And Ulysses keeps coming back to help us and talk with us and help our students. So Ulysses really is the embodiment of Diablo Day. But just to be a little more direct, Diablo Community Day School is a unique school, and that we serve students who have been expelled, administratively placed, in transition from juvenile hall or Byron's Boys Ranch, in addition to those who would benefit from a small classroom setting. And importantly, we serve students that have an IEP. Diablo Community Day School has been serving the community for almost 23 years and has helped an immeasurable number of students academically, socially, and emotionally. We are a haven for those students who are termed throwaway. In addition to providing a second chance, we assist students in building their self-esteem as well as their transcripts. We are and have been the social emotional program the district strives for, serving the whole student. We already exist. And understandably, perhaps a trim budget-wise is necessary, but to be canceled or closed really makes no sense. We talk diversity, yet we are in the process of shoving every student into the same box. One size does not fit all, and most importantly, our students should not be thrown away. Please keep a needed program, and please keep Diablo Day open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sheila Burgum. And Sheila, when you're coming up here, I'm sorry that you had to wait so long, but I have visited your career center, so some of us are very aware of what you do, but go ahead and. have
I
your- have your
appreciate
time.
that so much. And actually, I was going to end with that. And I'm sorry that I didn't.
No, that's all right.
The last time I was here, I was a parent and I was asking to do all that. So I apologize. Hi, I'm Sheila Burgum. I'm the College and Career Advisor at Concord High School. I'm a CST member. I'm actually not Medea. The counselors are Medea, but we're CST members, proud clerical. I'm also, since we're on it, I'm a past PFC president, not PTA, PFC, at Westwood, El Dorado, and Concord High. And I'm a proud parent of 2 graduates from the MDUSD. Okay, so I come with a lot of volunteer years too. So pleased to see you. I'm going to give you an example of the impact of the work that college and career advisors do, because sometimes we get buried in the counselor machine, which I love my counselors, but we do different things and people don't understand that. So I'd like to give you an example of one thing that I'm passionate about, of the work that we do, and to show you why this position is essential in supporting our district students. So in the fall, I organized the Career Education Fair at Concord High School, where over 1,200 district students attended during the school day. I coordinated with apprenticeship programs, community colleges, tech schools, public service programs, military, and the career technical program at Arloma Vista. I also invited Cal Maritime, my favorite, to draw attention to a CSU with specialized majors that often get overlooked at those college fairs. The goal of this event was to highlight all the different pathways available to students after high school, programs that do not necessarily result in a bachelor's degree, but that still provide students with an abundance of career options. I organized participants that brought interactive displays so that students had a hands-on experience. We had welding simulators, diagnostic vehicles, heavy machinery, including a crane from Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm sure some of you saw that. Police, fire, and ambulance, and more. Logistically complex, this event took hundreds of hours of coordination with the organizations and staff. We bused students in from other high schools with the help of our career pathways coordinators and fellow college and career advisors who helped me get the word out and manage the field trip process. This all happened between Navion's classroom presentations, application workshops, as well as visits from college reps and answering students' questions one-on-one. If you think that you can eliminate our position and redistribute the work we do, connecting our students to their futures, you don't understand what our work really entails. We work with counselors to support, are students, but we do different tests. I'll leave you with a message from a student who attended the career fair. He wasn't sure college was the right option for him. He wrote to me after the event. I met some great recruiters and now have a great outlook for the future. He said his favorite was meeting with a US Army recruiter. He wrote, I walked out with the biggest grin on my face. It just feels right. His kind words not only made my day, but it confirmed for me that that's why we do what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Santos. She's right here.
Hi, good evening, Superintendent and members of the board. My name is Danielle Santos. I am a former MDUSD student, a fully single parent, also working on an academic salary at Berkeley Law. And I am here away from my daughter and 3 jobs to represent my mother, who is a college and career advisor and unable to be here tonight because she is giving a presentation to parents and families at her high school. The College and Career Advisor's sole purpose is to ensure that all students have a plan when they leave high school, whether it be college, CTE programs, apprenticeships, military, or vocational school. And they provide the tools and resources for students to determine their interests, strengths, and how to pursue those. If college and career advisors are eliminated from MDUSD schools, students will lose an entire host of services and activities that are crucial to discovering the many opportunities available to them. Although this thick spreadsheet over there details all of the activities that will disappear if they're eliminated, I only have time to highlight just a few. And I will focus on the post-secondary aspects, and Sheila has focused on the career aspects. So those include financial aid tracking and follow-up with students, college application workshops, college administration representative visits in a non-threatening, intimate setting for students to converse and meet one-on-one, cash for college and financial aid nights, community-driven scholarships awarded from local donors. After extensive community outreach and relationship building, and each college and career advisor issues over $63,000 in community-driven scholarships per school per year. Parent information nights hosted by these experienced staff, career fairs, trade fairs, college fairs, community college field trips, career exploration and surveys, resume building, school day and summer workshops, interview, role playing, so much more. This is only, a snapshot of important services that would fade away because it is unrealistic that other staff members will be able to pick up the slack in their absence. As one MDUSD counselor said to me, there is no way that we can take on all that the college and career advisors do, not even 1/4 of it. College and career advisors feel that there is confusion about their separate roles. College and career advisors and the social emotional counselors, they feel there's confusion about their separate roles. And they feel if you review the long list of tasks that the college and career advisors provided the superintendent and the board, you'll realize that cutting them will have disastrous results. So to ensure equity across our high schools, please consider not cutting this position. They're a valuable resource for our students and families, especially for first-generation students, families who cannot afford to hire a private advisor outside of school, or families who have been greatly impacted by the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Gaines.
Hi, guys. As you may have heard me in the back, I'm boisterous and I have no problem advocating for myself or others. And in this case, I'm advocating for my students. And excuse me if I get emotional. I didn't write a speech. I wrote some bullet points. You guys want to shut down our school, and you want to talk about attendance, and you want to talk about numbers. Where are these kids going to go? Are you going to send them to Pittsburgh? You're going to send them to Richmond? We have a hard enough time getting them to school already. What do you think is going to happen when they have to travel 2 cities over? They're going to drop out. They're going to quit. We bust our butts keeping these kids focused and on the right track and trying to get them where they need to be. Excuse me, I made some points.
you know, and then sure, maybe we can bus them to Pittsburgh, or maybe we can bus them to Richmond, but that's got to be more expensive than keeping the school open. Excuse me, sorry. I'm a special education assistant. I have a degree in criminal justice with several certificates specializing in juvenile whatnot. I make $20,000 a year. I qualify for food stamps. The only reason why I can keep working and doing what I love and working with these kids is because my husband makes good money. I used to be a L'Haim student. I got into this because I wanted to be the person that people were for me, that got me on the right track. I was a juvenile hall, I was in and out of group homes. Now I have a degree in criminal justice and I work for you guys. Schools like Sunrise, schools like our school, they're imperative, they're important. My son is a SPED student. My son went to Sunrise. You know, these types of schools are incredibly important. You want to talk about equity? Maybe 10% of our students are white, the rest of them are Hispanic, Latino, or Black, everything else. It would be an injustice, and we would be cheating our students to take away Diablo Day. We bend and flex and twist just to get these kids to where they need to go. We figure if we can do credit reductions, we do everything in our power to get them to graduate or get them to be reintegrated into a regular school. I have a student who was currently texting me, who was at our school 2 years ago. You know what he's texting me about? His taxes. He doesn't know how to do his taxes. So he called me because he used to call me Mama Monica. We have so many ongoing bonds with our students. We have so many ongoing bonds with our students. We are an asset to this school district. We've got 90% of our staff here right now. We've made shirts, we've made signs. We bend over backwards to get these kids where they need to go. Again, shutting us down, it's an injustice to you, to them. Keep us open. Let us help these kids. Let us get them where they need to be. Because as I mentioned before, getting them to Antioch, or I'm sorry, Pittsburgh or Richmond, they're going to drop out. They're not going to go. They're not going to go. It's going to be too difficult. So just, I don't know, think about that, please. Thank you.
Ms. Herring?
Hello, board members, Dr. Clark, Superintendent. So first, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of you for what you do. Thank you for allowing Family Purpose, voting us in to be in your district. So I'm with Family Purpose, which is a nonprofit organization, and we are currently at Diablo Day High School as well as Oak Grove Middle School. And we help our students address the social emotional barriers that they face through the lens of emotional intelligence. And so at the short time that we have been at Diablo Day, now, first, let me just say that Miss Monica, Miss Karen, the teachers, everybody, it's a family. And I'm in 5 different districts. So I've been doing this for 9 years now. And they are a family, and I love going to that school. I love being with our students there. And that the need there is so important because we all know they got expelled. So we know that they need something else. What is the alternative for these students once they get expelled? And okay, the alternative may be to go to Richmond or to go to Pittsburgh. I'm in Pittsburgh Unified School District 2. That's actually the first district that I started with. And it's a great district. But again, like Ms. Monica said, these students, if we can barely get them here in the district that they're actually in, how are we're gonna actually get them there? And then if online is an alternative, that's not a good one because we already know online has already failed them, and we're doing Apex. We're doing online with some of our students, and that still has been a struggle. And so in this short time, we have worked with our students. I have a student now that is working at Safeway because we have helped her with her doing her resume. Have another student that has now like she said, they're graduating. They had a student, I have only been there this year, but she started in the 7th grade and she was terrible. Now she's a straight A student. And why? Because of all the extra support and the help that she has been able to receive from that school that she wouldn't receive from a traditional school. And not that they don't care, but they just don't have time because there is so many students. And so with it being a short number, we have worked with students for their FAFSA. So now we have some students that are on track to go to college next year. We have done so many different things in supporting our students. There's some students that when I first started there that wasn't doing no work, and now he is doing work. Why? Because of the extra support that these students need that in a traditional school, they just can't get. Because again, it's so busy and it's so many students in a classroom. And so I just want to say that Diablo Day is an amazing school. And like I said, I'm in 21 different schools in 5 different districts. And that school is a family that is working together to really ensure the success of the students reaching the next level. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Reynolds.
Hello again. This item talks about anticipated reductions, making cuts. I have mentioned to you all a couple of times this evening that your first interim budget report overprojects expenses and underprojects revenue. That has bearing on this item, because you all are being presented with a discussion about potential reductions, and the most recent budget document that you have been presented publicly is your first interim. Your first interim budget report does not yet include roughly $50 million in revenue for this year, which is anticipated from the federal government. There are rules about how you can't bank it until you get it, that's fine, but you know it's coming. And that's $50 million more than what's in those budgets that you're being asked to use to make these reduction ideas from. The multi-year projection, future looking, in your first interim budget does not include more than $20 million in new ongoing revenue that is anticipated. That again will have a bearing on you being asked to consider making budget reductions. I do not have to pay school services to be able to look at historical financial documents from this district. I do not need a FCMAT report to be able to see the historical pattern of overprojection of expenses and underprojection of revenue. I don't need to retain capital advisors to see that you shouldn't make cuts based on a first interim that pads numerous areas and is wrong by millions and sometimes tens of millions of dollars. For example, in 2017-18, your first interim had projected revenue of 344 million and expenses of 388 and a deficit of 43 million. The actual deficit that year was 32 million. So your first interim was off by 11.5 million. I looked at your 18-19 documents, first interim and unaudited actuals. Your first interim was off by $22.6 million. I looked at your 19-20 first interim and unaudited actual report. In 1920, your first interim was off by $27.1 million. I looked at your 2021 first interim and unaudited actuals. Your 2021 first interim was off by $56.8 million. Your first interim report is always inaccurate. 4 years ago, it was $11 million inaccurate. 3 years ago, $22 million inaccurate. 2 years ago, $27 million inaccurate. And these are all, you had that much more at the end of the year than what the first interim said you would. And last year it was off by $56 million. Please consider this when you consider potential reductions. Thank you.
Sanvi Panda.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Sandvi Panda. I'm a 7th grader at Sequoia Middle School. And this is my opinion on the 4th and 5th grade instrumental music program. I think we can all agree that school should be a place where everyone feels like they belong, where no one feels left out. Playing the violin is what made me feel included at school. When I was in 4th grade, I didn't have many friends. I would spend my recesses alone, desperate for something to do or someone to play with. Playing an instrument gave me both. When I started playing the violin, I knew I had found something I loved. I began spending every spare second I had in the music room. I became one of the kids who would skip lunch to go and play there. Through music, I found a passion and I found friends. It changed my life. I can't imagine how I would have gotten through the rest of elementary school without playing an instrument. Now, as I think about the instrumental music program being removed from all the schools, I can't help but wonder, is there a lonely 4th grader out there whose life could be changed by playing music? Playing music can help many students with stress and anxiety. It can help them focus and improve their memory. It can boost their confidence and self-esteem. There are so many students who want the music program to stay. I have a petition here with 242 signatures on it from students who don't want their music program to go. So save the music program and help all of the students whose lives could be changed by music.
Thank you. Ruth Shumate? There she is. You gotta hold her. My favorite color. Hello, my name is Ruth Shumate, and until this year, I had been serving the district as a secondary librarian. This year, I was moved over to the elementary level. Dr. Clark and members of the board, I want to thank you for your time and dedication to the Mount Diablo Unified School District and our teachers and our students. Your efforts to do the best for everyone is appreciated. I'm concerned about the proposal to eliminate most of the secondary teacher librarian positions. Ignacio Valley High School will have a credentialed teacher librarian because an open library and a credentialed teacher librarian is required to participate in the International Baccalaureate program. International Baccalaureate schools have a reputation for excellence and quality. They know that students cannot adequately prepare for college without a library. Denying students access to a school library and a credentialed teacher librarian is a civil rights issue. This was demonstrated a few years ago when the Los Angeles Unified School District decided that they would eliminate credentialed teacher librarians. This action left them out of compliance with the law. The Office for Civil Rights got involved and settled the issue. As a result, the Library Task Force report of findings and recommendations was created, and the librarians were rehired and reinstated. This task force report supports educational equity and student achievement through expanded access to school libraries and teacher librarians. I have included a copy in your folders. Many of our students do not have access to a library. Right now, most of our middle school libraries are closed. The College Park High School Library has not been opened this school year. This is not equity for our students. In this information age, when digital literacy is of the utmost importance for academic success, we are failing our students. We are also out of compliance with the law. California Education Code requires that all California public schools have a library and that these libraries are open to students and teachers, and that these libraries are staffed by a credentialed teacher librarian.
You can find this information in the California Ed Code, Title I, Division 1, Part 11, Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 18100 through 18120. Teacher librarians cannot be replaced with instructional media assistants. Instructional media assistants have an important job, but it is not the job of a teacher librarian. Each position has its own job description. It is important to note the education required for a teacher librarian. Not only are they required to have a single or multiple subject teaching credential, they must also have a library media teacher services credential, which is usually another 30 semester units. More information about this can be found in the California Ed Code 44868. As the author, Patricia C. McKissick writes, going to the library is going someplace special. Please do not deny our students their civil rights. Please do not eliminate the secondary teacher librarians.
Thank you. Monique Turner. Monique Turner, maybe she went home. Cora Mitchell. I think so.
I promise this is the last time I'll speak tonight. I certainly didn't come here to make anybody a villain in this situation. I came to be a spokesperson for not just my kids, but the kids at my kids' school. My kids go to a school that teeters on Title I. We don't quite meet the threshold to actually get additional funding, but we are high enough that it makes fundraising exceptionally hard for our school. I put in a lot of time and effort to try to make it an equitable place for all of our students. My only ask of all of you in this whole scenario, I can supplement for my kids the things that are going to be taken away. That's not the same for every family. So really, I'm here to speak for them. Think about those families who have historically been underserved throughout the entire educational system history, and what the disproportionate impact it's going to have on them. When you take away career counselors, really, it's telling these kids that their future is not something that we are willing to invest in as a community. I would rather we go ahead and try to get the property tax or whatever it was you suggested, and I'd be happy to campaign for that as well. But I think stripping these schools down to being just open doors is a big mistake. And the people who are going to suffer the most in this are those kids who have the most hurdles to overcome. So I realize that there may not be anything you could do about that, but I'm not the kind of person who wants to let people just do that willy-nilly and shrug their shoulders and say it's not that big of a deal, because it is a big deal. It's a real big deal. And it's going to have impacts on our society in the future for all of us. 20 years from now, the decisions that we make today for all of these kids, because like you said, this isn't just a Mount Diablo issue. This is a statewide issue. It's a countrywide issue. What is the future going to look like for all of us as a community when we continue to strip down these institutions to just being an open door? Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment on that item. I guess I would just like to say, having been a student in the district, having my kids been students in the district, that we'll never have complete equity, because I can tell you in some of these roles we're looking at filling, some of the schools my kids went to, they were very helpful. Some of the other schools, those particular people weren't that helpful. It's a nature of being people. There's some that do their jobs better than others, and that's just the way it goes. It would be way easier for us to cave, give you any amount of money you want, because most of us aren't going to be here when they start closing the doors or the state takes you over in a couple of years if we do that. But because we all are dedicated to kids, because we all care about this district, we sit here, we lose a lot of sleep, we read a lot of information, because we want to make the best decision for our employees, for our students, for our families, and for the generations to come. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten emails or I've had people sit here and tell me I need to get educated. I don't know what I'm doing. You need to not believe the district. You need to go somewhere else. And in case you missed it, I said earlier, I went to the CSDA conference and I made a point of going to every single session that was about declining enrollment, deficit spending, multi-year projections, school closures, all of it. Those people didn't know who I was, didn't know where I was from, but the message was clear. When you're in the position we're in, if you decide to do nothing or to feel bad and cave, you're going to be closing down your school district or you're going to be taken over. That's not something I'm willing to let go of. I've been with this district since 1960 when I started kindergarten. It's hard. We struggle. There may be some programs that it kills us to cut, and we just hope that this wing and a prayer that we're getting from the state comes through and we can start reinstating some of those things. Excuse me if I don't believe when the state says we're getting this, because they were only $54 billion off 2 years ago on what we were going to get. And this idea that we can just turn our heads, and my partner here alluded to it, and forget the fact that we've just been through a pandemic. Forget the fact that I don't know hardly anyone who has not lost a friend. My best friend I talked about died 5 days ago. It's been tough times. It's been hard times. All of these are contributing to the problem, and we're doing the best that we can. And we know we're not going to please everybody. I'm going to do what I feel in my heart is best for the kids that we serve every day. And you're right when you stand here and tell me if you don't like it, when I'm up for election, or if I decide to even run again, don't vote for me. But I just can't understand how you could think it would be in our best interest to stick it to you and not give you money, or to hide money in a safe somewhere that you seem to think we have that we don't. What kind of sick people would we be to do that? What kind of people would be to come here week after week, get called names, stay here till 10 o'clock, sometimes stay here till the next day, just because we can? There's not a story out there that I haven't heard that I don't feel for. But as you like to, on one hand, you'll want to say, it's your job, you fix it. On the other hand, you say, hands off, don't come to my school and tell us what to do. So I don't have a whole lot of comments to make on the list that's presented tonight, because I am going to sit with it. I am going to send further questions and clarification I need, because next week when we're here, if I have any say about it, we're going to be making those hard decisions, and we're going to be hoping that it does turn around and we can start to bring some of those things back that are so near and dear to all of us. But this false idea that we don't care about kids and we don't care about our employees, this has got to stop, folks. We got to start pulling together as a group to do what's best for our kids, our schools, and our communities. And I'll shut up for the rest of the night. And I apologize because I know Trustee Fowler said she had some questions about, and I just kind of went off. So your questions about the cuts now, Trustee Fowler.
Yeah, I just had some questions and comments about some of the cuts, specifically the secondary classroom teacher honor/AP class position cuts. First, I'd like to point out that colleges look at the progressive rigorous course you take throughout high school, which meaning every year you take harder classes. So first year for freshmen, they don't really offer any AP programs unless you're at Ignacio Valley, which is an IB school. But next year you're offered AP World History and English pre-honors too. And then the year after that, your junior year, you're offered several APs. Year after that, your senior year, you're offered several APs as well. I know college admissions who have told me that they have not let students into UC Santa Cruz, UC Berkeley, UCLA because they didn't take hard enough classes their senior or junior year. And I would really like to reconsider that we give students an option to take these AP classes so they can have that, that competition with one another from other schools that offer the AP classes. Because I feel like that's, it is what it is, but it is unfair. It's not fair to the students that they're not offered these classes. And if this comes to the case that we have to cut these honors and AP courses, we need to offer alternate classes they can take at DVC or online. They need to be offered these classes to have the opportunity to go to these schools they want to go to. So that was my first question. Are they offered alternate courses from different locations for AP Calc or AP Calc AB or AP Calc BC? Because I know in a lot of schools, maybe some, I know at Ignacio Valley, they have an IB program, which is a little bit different than AP Calc, but equivalent to AP Calc at the IB program in Ignacio Valley is the Analyst in Logistics program. There wasn't enough students who were able to take the course due to schedule conflict and also teacher absence. So what they had to do is move to AP Statistics because that was the only solution that was logistical. But they weren't offered any alternate course if they wanted to take AP Calc as well. So I was wondering if there's any other courses that we are going to offer if we have to make these cuts.
So just to specifically answer your question, I see that on item 19, eliminate one full-time employee, secondary classroom teacher, honors AP class positions due to decline enrollment. So it's one teacher throughout the district, just one teacher who's teaching AP classes because of the enrollments being low in those particular classes. So obviously, those students would have to go to another class at their school with another teacher. So that's my response to your question.
Okay, so their option is to take another class.
Yeah, again, we don't have the class identified as the one which one we're looking to reduce. We're looking to reduce the position, the line position of one of our AP teachers throughout the district. So again, I don't know if that's going to be AP Math, Science, English, Social Studies, whatever, AP US History or Econ Gov. We don't know what that is. It'll all come out on the seniority list. And they would have opportunities to take other classes.
Okay. My next concern was about the college career advisor positions. As many of the public comments said, they highlighted everything that I was going to say, but I really wanted to just exaggerate the fact that a lot of students do not have the finances to have outside counselors outside of school. I was fortunate enough to have a mom and really expensive outside counselor because my parents make good money, but there's so many kids who are qualified to go to these schools that I applied to that can't afford a counselor. And I can tell you it's extremely hard applying to colleges. And coming out of the pandemic, it's like you fill out one thing wrong on your CSUs, denied. One thing wrong, even though you're capable of going there. It's just these counselors give students an opportunity to pave their path to success. We need them. We need them. It's their job is irreplaceable. Sorry for getting emotional, but I just don't know what students would do if they didn't have a college counselor. Some students can afford it. It's not fair if this position gets cut. And I know we're not the enemies. I know the public is not the enemies either, but we need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Fowler. Other board, Trustee McFerrin.
I also have a comment. I'd like to just kind of appreciate Trustee Fowler for her honest comments and just really your care in thinking about other students as well. And I just want to mention that, you know, in my experience growing up in an affluent family and an affluent community, graduating 2000, like I had no idea about private college counselors. This was not a thing in my community, but now it very much is. There's a huge equity issue when it comes to education and access around college opportunities. We really saw this with the college admissions scam recently. So I do think this is an equity issue. I have a lot of concerns and hesitation around eliminating these positions and these opportunities for students. So I just wanted to mention this is something I'm thinking a lot about. And just again, thank Trustee Fowler for bringing this up.
Thank you. Other board comments?
What I'm being guided by is how do we not perpetuate inequality? Because as was mentioned just right in public comment just a moment ago, there will be some families who will be able to make up, and as Trustee Fowler describes, and Trustee McFerrin describes, there'll be families who will be able to make up. There will be PTAs who will fundraise to replace whatever it is we have to decide to replace. And that's just so wrong. Because, well, every person knows why it's wrong, because that's just, I don't like to use the word fair, but I don't know a better word. So how do we not perpetuate inequality? What is the immediate impact to students? What's the immediate impact to those staff who are left behind? So for example, if all of the college and career counseling moves to the school counselors, which as we just celebrated School Counselors Week, we know that there's way too many students per counselor already, and they have a completely different role. So those are things we have to consider. You all know I was in the band all the way through college, Cal Band Great. What does eliminating the entirety of elementary school music do for our middle school music programs and then our high school music programs? Because then it doesn't just end there. Then why would we keep all of the rest? Because we've not trained any students, taught any students how to play instruments. I think about my daughter going to the library here a few years ago, the public library. She loves science fiction, and she reads at the time relative above grade level, and I don't know if the books I let her read are appropriate or not, but whatever. She reads really good books. But the librarian, I was able to say she likes this, and then the librarian said, then she'll love this. And it opened her up to a whole new section of books that I only think she would find because librarians know everything. They are Wikipedia on 2 feet. Diablo Day, I have the same questions. We'd have to pay for transportation. There's other expenses that would incur by sending children to a county funded program. But I think we all understand it's not as simple as that. I've asked, one of the questions I've asked about that is what are the outcomes of that one compared to ours? How is it better? Because while we have to be driven by the dollar, we really need to be driven by what's best for students. I also want to know on all of these things, which students are bearing the brunt of the impact. And I mean demographics. And how will the gap be made up of all of these things? These things existed because we needed them. At some point, we decided we needed them. And so if we decide that we can live without them, but we did need them, then how do we make that up with the same limited resources? So those are my questions about everything on this list so that we can make difficult, really hard choices that will hurt all of us. But the other places where I'm working from is that I feel it is my role and all of our role, hopefully, to disrupt practices and policies that perpetuate inequity and to make inequities visible. And so through that, we can't start from the status quo, which is what we're doing, but we're assuming the status quo and we're cutting from the status quo, but I would hope we could reimagine and figure out ways to make the cuts equitable and to make them as it's going to be painful no matter what. So I'm not saying it's going to be very hard, but that it's as less painful as possible. And to President Mason, when the things are actually real, that we can backpedal, because we would be the first to backpedal as fast as we can on a real bicycle, not a 10-speed where you go backwards and you don't go anywhere.
Trustee Count?
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you, Dr. Clark, for bringing this list to us at the time that you did. Our past experience was getting this kind of a list at the very last minute when action needed to be taken, and that was very, very rough. So I appreciate that this has been worked on, honed, discussed with a number of people, brought to us at this point and to the public so that we can all talk about it. We're not voting on any of this tonight. This is a time for us to be able to ask questions, and I really appreciate that opportunity. I just wanted to clarify one thing. In certain places, it says move to restricted funds. So just so that we are all understanding and the public is understanding correctly, when it says that something is being moved into restricted funds, my understanding is that that means it is not being cut. It's just being reallocated in terms of how we're funding it. Is that correct?
Yes, the funding is very, very specific to that particular position and to the population for which it serves. So yes, it's not being cut. It's just, its funding is different, which may have an effect on how they can operate, because funding is tied to students. And so, yes, that's exactly what that means.
Okay, great, thank you. And then on instrumental music, when it wasn't that long ago that we didn't have in elementary instrumental music. When my kids were in elementary school, it was just coming back. It didn't exist in the 4th grade. It was just coming back to the 5th grade. And so it was interesting to see it come back in to during the day. At some schools, it was offered after school where you would pay for it. But obviously that was an equity issue because it wasn't everywhere and you had to pay for it. But bringing it back into the classroom is tricky because there are different types of instruments that need to be pulled out in groups at different times all across the district. And so what that means for a 4th or 5th grade teacher, just so we're all understanding, is that your students are being pulled out of the classroom any time of day. Doesn't matter what subject. They might be right in the middle of math, they might be in the middle of project-based learning, and that child will be pulled out to go to their instrumental music and then come back. So it really is a lot of work on the teachers to try to keep track of all of that and who's leaving when, to be able to keep learning going. So my understanding at the time was, oh, okay, so because the good times are here again, we actually got our elementary school counselors, which also didn't exist before that. That was something that came back as funding was coming back. I was thinking, as we get even more funding, eventually we get to a place where instrumental music can be an actual part of the elementary school day where everybody has access to it. That was my hope at the time. So here we are now. One thing that I am seeing, so while I absolutely agree with all of the public comment and emails and everything about the importance of instrumental music and the value of it, absolutely. I also recognize that it's not an ideal situation that we have going on in 4th and 5th grade. Okay, not everyone actually has access to it, because if you're struggling academically, you shouldn't be one of those kids who's pulled out, right? So one thing that I was thinking about with this is that when in looking at the state funds, and one of the problems with how the state is bringing in new funding right now is that it's not across the board where we can use it for salary increases, for example. It is restricted with very specific uses, but one of the uses was for after-school funds, increasing, they specifically want to increase the arts in after school. So I'm curious whether it would be possible to take a look at our schools that have after school programs already in place, the CARES programs, and whether there's funding to be able to bring, so that's in our lowest income schools. So we're talking about equity, right? Can we bring an instrumental music program to the after school to be able to increase access? And then another way to look at this is, do we look just one grade at a time? So instead of eliminating this year all elementary instrumental music, perhaps we look at just, eliminate fourth grade, keep fifth grade for now, and explore the after-school option. So those are some thoughts I had on the instrumental music. And then on the librarians, questions about the secondary teacher library positions. Are we still meeting the ed code? Will this close our libraries, or are they still staffed in other ways? And my other thought on librarians is what creative partnerships do we have? For example, when visiting the library at Riverview, before I visited it, I really was not aware that we had two libraries in one room, like literally split down the middle. I don't know if all of you have been there. To check out books on this side, you have to have your student ID, and the librarian has to actually be there, which they're not always, right? Because we have librarians spread all over the place. Then on the other side, your parent has to have filled out the county library card thing. And the county librarian has to be there, which they're there at certain times as well. I would love to see an actual partnership going there. I know the county has a program where they can, your parent doesn't have to fill out an extra form. Your student ID gets you that county library card automatically. There is a way to do that. I know there is funding for community schools, and I would love to see us figure out how to make that one big library that perhaps we don't need to fund because it's funded by the county. Just a thought. Okay.
I don't want to put a damper on your day, but that library is going to be moving the county library to a new building in the future.
I know there's a new library being built, but that one is not going to be as accessible, right? Because it's further away.
It's across from Safeway on Bailey Road.
Right. So not walkable from Riverview. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So I would love to encourage the county
But
to do
technically,
both.
if you live on the Bella Vista side of town, then Riverview is not walkable to you. So
Right. Thank you. Okay, so I don't want to go on too long here, but looking at the teacher on special assignment position, I see it says eliminate one and move 0.9 of one into restricted. I'm curious, I know we talked about eliminating all TOSA positions at one point in time, and then we learned which ones were needed for which purposes, but I am curious if there is any wiggle room there, if there are any additional teacher on special assignment positions that we could consider, not because I'm against teachers on special assignments, but it's different than, people that are directly in the classroom. So, and likewise, number 17 with AVID, moving sections into restricted. I'm curious if all AVID sections in every place in the district is being fully utilized and highly valued as the most important thing at that school. If it's not, perhaps we can make some trims there. I know some schools, it's incredibly valuable and it's the most central thing, but at others, it's competing with other things and causing people to have scheduling issues. So something to be looked at. And then the college and career advisor positions. Yeah, I definitely am hearing a lot about the value of that, and I can't quite see how it would work, who would take over the role if we remove those. And especially in regards to, I think that there was recently a state law that was saying that school districts are required to show that about the efforts that we've made for 100% of students to fill out their FAFSA forms. And I think that's part of what that role is, but I actually haven't seen the data in our district for how many of our students actually have filled out the FAFSA at this point in time. I know it differs at different school sites. Would love to see that number go up, of course. So, and then Diablo Day, I have similar questions. What would the transportation cost be? And also, if a student goes to the county instead of our district, does that no longer count for our ADA? In other words, are we not then receiving funding for that student? And that is all of my questions.
Thank you.
So I'll just make a couple comments
Yes, sir.
real quick, is that, some of these things, I get it. They, as I like to say, and every single position in the district supports student learning. And so any position that either we're going to add or we're going to remove is going to impact students. It's going to impact the classroom. And you know, we're a system, and every part of the system needs to work to support students. So I know that all of these are tough. I do want to recognize the folks who came out from Diablo Day. You know, this is a field that's near and dear to me. Spend lots of time in community schools and alternative settings. And you know, if you wonder why I share suspension data from all of our schools, I want to avoid kids from getting from getting expelled, right? And it really does start in elementary school on how we discipline them. And I know this board has received letters to suspend more kids, right? And so again, it's a systemic problem, right? Every time, you know, I've come in contact with people who work in alternative schools, they have a heart of gold. My father retired as an alternative school teacher in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. So I have very, very personal connections to this. I would rather see us prevent students from getting to that place. Bless the hearts of those who support these students, you know, but I think avoiding them, you know, from kids to getting in that situation are, you know, is what the goal is. Now, we have other alternative programs in the district. And so, you know, so part of it is we're not looking to do away with the staff that's there. We're looking to close that facility and repurpose them in some of our other facilities. And there are things we can do with students, you know, who have run afoul of the rules and whatnot, and expulsion is appropriate. There are things we can do. We can suspend enforcement. We can put them on an administrative placement in different places, or they can go to the county if that's what's required. So that's one thing I wanted to touch upon. The other thing I just wanted to briefly talk about is the college and career counselors. Now, it's my understanding that when this district did not have high school counselors, the college and career counselors were in place to meet that need. And then we added regular counselors at high schools, and regular counselors at high schools, part of their responsibility is preparing students for college, just writing letters of rec, helping them with their FAFSA, helping them with those types of things. They're academic counselors, right? So anyway, I could go down this list, but that really touched me. I'm also a band parent. I mean, my band son is 27, 28 years old now, and he still plays his saxophone. He still plays it, loves it. So again, I'm empathetic to band, but I'm empathetic to every last thing on this list. And this is why, you know, I have worked very hard trying to be transparent with our labor leaders throughout my time here in Mount Diablo, because I think together, if we had been working appropriately together, that we could have avoided some of these areas, right? I mean, just coming up with a better understanding of factual information towards what's not factual, district limitation. One reason why we have to put this list together and take this action is because we have to apply notices by March 15th. And again, you get blamed, I get blamed, we get demonized for situations that are out of our control. The second interim, which is a much more accurate description of our budget, it doesn't come out until April, after we already have to issue layoff notices, right? And it's not aligned with the state budget that comes out in you know, May and June and whatnot, when we have to approve our overall budget. So we're limited on what you know, on what we can do. And again, we can't bank on a hope and a promise going down the line. And I think, you know, President Mason, thank you for saying that the state doesn't always come through with what they promise is going to happen. So my point is that none of these are easy. Not one position is easy. You know, I didn't just come up with these out of thin air and just think, how can I disrupt the most amount of people? I mean, thought went into this. We're looking at data. We're really trying to be subjective how we look at these things. Are there other ways we can provide this service Are there other funding streams that we can move some of these positions and services into? We're trying to be creative. I emailed this document out to every family because I want it to be transparent. I got vilified for that, and which is fine. I understand that tactic, but it's trying to, bring that human side into this tough work that we have to do. And until we're ready to have conversations about this stuff and not go down political lines and all this, it's always going to be this push and pull. And so I would hope going forward, as we're going through this very tough time, is that we can become a little bit more empathetic, we can come a little bit more understanding of the other side, and we can give a little bit more. So we don't have to be, it just drives me crazy what's happening in our nation with politics, but it's just like there is no compromise. There's none. And it doesn't have to be that way. And when I came into this district, I've been very transparent and upfront that I didn't want it to be an us against them. And we are all the district, but oftentimes, we're pointed at and vilified and things like that. And that's just not healthy. Now, we need to, and I'll say it, we need to give raises. We have an offer on the table. It's 7%, right? It's not going to buy you a house. We understand that. It's not going to pull someone's financial situation. It's not going to flip it totally around, but it is what we can afford at this particular time with the information that we have. So it's not as if we have not offered anything. Now, I can't go back in time and change what happened with the year-long of impasse and negotiations that led to the 5% agreement that by the time it finally came to this board, it got rejected by the county and whatnot. I can't go back and change that, but that is gone, right? That we couldn't afford that raise, and it got disbanded, and it didn't happen. But that's gone. That's over with. So why couldn't we start from where we are and go forward and focus on the future? And that had been my message ever since I've got here. So I'm not vilifying people. I'm not anti-teacher, anti-educator, anti-student, anti-schools, whatever I've been accused of. I'm all about students. But we got to take care of this. And we said it over and over. It's the quality of programs. It's not just, I don't know where that term from, keeping the doors open, but like if we get shut down, we get shut down. We have to remain solvent. So I guess that's a better word. We have to remain solvent so we can give our students the best programs possible, compensate our employees the best we can, right? And make this district all that it can be. And I'm frustrated. I'm hurt that we have to bring this list forward. I don't like where we are right now, having to even, put people through this, but this is our reality. And hopefully we can continue to do better as we go forward. So we put this list out so we could get input. We've received tons of emails. We've received input from the governing board. You guys have asked questions. Staff is taking notes and has this. We're going to retool this list. I'm gonna send it back out to parents again. I'm gonna send it out, and maybe I'll just send it out with no letter or anything. I'll just send it out, but it's gonna go out. And then we're gonna come back at the next meeting and we're gonna take action, because we have to issue notices to a whole bunch of people because of bargaining agreements, of laws that we have to follow, and we got to make sure that we dot every I and cross every T. But I'm hopeful that we can get through this and that we can become better from it, because this clearly hasn't been working since at least the 2011. We've been in impasse since 2011, and it's not working. That whatever's doing it's not working. We got to get to a better place. So we're going to work on this. I want to thank all the people who came out and spoke tonight and shared. It's very difficult. I know you've been at this meeting the entire time, and it's just it's tough. And I get it. I empathize with everyone who spoke tonight and every email that we've received, except some really rude ones. But other than those, we do the best we can. We're all human. We're all we're all just trying to help where we can. So thank you for your input. We will make adjustments. I'll post it, send it out, make sure everyone has access to it, and then we'll start doing that tough work in the next couple of meetings. Thank you.
Okay. So
Can I just say one more thing? Sorry.
short.
Short. So that just reminds me that the March 15th deadline that we are required to do by the state, where we need to give people notice that they could be laid off, right? There's a new state law. I just want to make sure the public knows there's a new state law that we now need to do that also for our classified employees. So across the state, it's going to look like all districts are laying off more people than ever before, because we didn't have that March 15th deadline for that group of employees before, but now we do. So it's going to look worse than it is, hopefully, when we get the good news later on in May and June. But this is going to be tough. Thanks.
Okay, speaking of our classified employees, next topic, review and potential approval of the Mount Diablo Unified School District Sunshine Proposal of reopeners for the 2021-2022 to the California School Employees Association and the CSEA's Sunshine Proposal of reopeners for 2021-2022 to Mount Diablo Unified School District. Any questions? If not, any questions or comments, I will entertain a motion.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I move, well, do we even have to vote on these? I guess we do. I move we approve the Mount Diablo Unified School District Sunshine Proposal of reopeners for 21-22 to the California CSEA and accept their Sunshine Proposal for 21-22.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And that passes 5+1. Yeah, in 5 minutes we do. So we could, if you want to do one real quick, I don't think we have too much. Let's do it so we're legal. So I think you're making the motion, are you?
I move we add 30 minutes
There you go.
to the meeting and
Second.
Okay, we had a motion and a second to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. Do we need to do a voice vote on that one? Probably, yeah. Okay, trustee Fowler,
Yes.
trustee Mayo?
Yes.
yes.
Vice Pres- Okay, trustee
Yes.
McFerrin, trustee Cowan,
Yes.
trustee Mason says yes. Okay, so let's see if we can actually hold true to that. Okay, next, review and potential approval to temporarily increase the clerical substitutes at school sites hourly rate of pay. Questions, comments, or motion?
Madam President, I move to approve the temporary increase of clerical substitutes at school sites hourly rates of pay.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Fowler,
Yes.
trustee Mayo. I don't have to do that, never mind. It's getting late,
We're getting rusty.
I know. And I got to be up at 8 o'clock to do a garden class, so. Okay, next. 18.8, review and potential approval of resolution 21/22-51, authorizing the issuance of sale of its general obligation bonds, 2018 election, Series B, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed 75 million, and approving related documents and actions. Dr. Gonzalez is here if we have any questions. Correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
There's no presentation.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised the room isn't packed.
This is exciting stuff.
It's huge. It means so much for our district. And this is part of the good work that we do.
Thank you.
So thank you for all the hard work in moving this forward for us because it has not been easy. You want a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I move to approve resolution number 21/22-51 of the Board of Education of the Mount Diablo Unified School District, authorizing the issuance and sale of the general obligation bonds 2018 election Series B in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed 75 million and approving related documents and actions.
I second with enthusiasm as someone who walked many miles for Measure J. Being able to see this come to fruition also because of our financial certification that we were able to get these good rates. Thank you very much.
Trustee Fowler.
Yes.
Okay, and that passes 5+1. Okay, review potential approval of nomination of one member to the Budget Advisory Committee and a change in committee representation and eliminate the Measure A representative position. Again, I think Dr. Gonzalez is here to answer questions if we have any. I guess we do not. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez.
I move that we approve the nomination of the new member and change and eliminate the Measure A representative position.
Second.
Trustee Fowler.
Yes.
I'm going to vote no, not because I don't support your appointment, Ms.
You always
Mason.
vote against my appointment.
No,
Trustee Mayo.
no, it's because I want John Ferranti to have a lifetime position on the Budget Advisory.
You're going to vote against my person
No,
for a joke to
I won't.
Mr. Ferrari.
No.
Ferrante.
Ferranti is his name. His
She was-
work on that.
she was trying to
started
get
in
him upset.
1988, so.
Okay. Review and potential approval, oh, that we did that. Review and potential section selection of the 2022 School Boards Association Delegate Assembly Election Information. This, are we going to vote tonight, folks, or are we just doing info? You tell me.
It's info, but if you all are ready to make a vote, you
Right.
could, but it's info and action. It's totally up to you.
If there's a deadline when we need to turn this in, yeah? No, not yet?
I'm sure we could take a minute
Oh,
consideration.
okay.
Yeah.
Same deadline as everything currently.
Okay. Any discussion?
Well, the
Well,
next,
I don't have a preference either. I read them all and I'm like, whoever
Right.
feels like.
I mean, I won't say I don't have a preference, but I mean.
I know we
whoever
can
gets
fix.
Nominated gets nominated.
We have to choose three,
All
right?
vote
right, so
accordingly.
I nominate Pauline Allred, Yolanda Pena Mendrick, and Marina Ramos for CSBA Delegate Subregion 7A.
Top three there.
Uh-huh.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Trustee Fowler,
Yes.
she's probably studied this better than any of us, actually.
I read them all.
Okay. I know them all.
Yeah, oh.
And that passes 5+1. And 1811, notice of public hearing and review of extended school year waiver for 2022. Well, now that everybody's gone, I'll open the public hearing.
It's a no, or
Oh, well, still we have the public hearing part.
Is this just a notice that the public hearing is going to happen on February 23rd?
No, it's happening right now
No.
before your very eyes.
no, it's on 23rd.
Okay. I'm reading in the summary, the public hearing will be held on
Okay,
February 20th.
so having said that, unless there's something from one of the board members, I think we are adjourned.
I just want to say, I'll be very brief. We clearly hit our like breaking point. And I want to acknowledge that to my fellow board, well, everybody except for trustee Mayo.
Oh,
No,
Oh.
hit their breaking point
oh,
tonight. No, what I mean is we verbally like we expressed ourselves in ways that we haven't had the chance to before. And I want to just, one, appreciate that we obviously have feelings and some of them very strong. And that's okay and that's good. And that we should take care of ourselves. And at the same time, recognize how hard this is for everyone who is here watching or participating, and everyone's watching at home. And that it's a whole big bucket of suck for everybody, and we will get through it somehow, some way, but there's no way but to go through it. So I just want to thank you all for going through it together, because yeah, I'm sorry, I'm so eloquent. I'm such a politician.
Thank you, Trustee Anzari.
We're adjourned. Thank you, folks. We do have some papers to sign.